Let's start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome here to the 19th Brand Global Summit at the UNIDO headquarters here in the Vienna International Centre. In the name of European Brand Institute, I want to welcome all of you here, our experts, partners, especially our international guests around the globe on the devices, but also here at the UN headquarters. Today we expect a global audience. We expect about 50 countries to participate. So the motto is Brands for Impact, and now I want to introduce you to the opening statement of the Director General of UNIDO, Dr. Gerd Müller.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Vienna, from UNIDO. I am glad to have the chance to address you all today. This summit visits Brands for Impact. The theme is proof of the great cooperation between UNIDO and the European Brands Institute. Together we consistently advocate for the importance of intangible assets, brands and intellectual property. They are effective parts of the Sustainable Industrial Development Toolkit. As we enter a new technological era, branding is being transformed. The impact of digital transformation and AI is immense. They redefine the frameworks of brand engagement, influence and interaction. UNIDO and EBI have long worked hard together on strategies for brands and IP in our joint technical assistance projects. Through its vast portfolio of projects, UNIDO has showcased how branding adds values, especially to small and medium businesses. It boosts international competitiveness, strengthens resilience and post-crisis recovery. Digital technologies are pivotal in driving industrial transformation. For SMEs, they bring new marketing approaches, new markets and access to finance. I'm glad that UNIDO's project, also with EBI, support this. The success of our common projects has a huge replication potential. In Africa, Central and East Asia, Latin America and the Caribbean, UNIDO's branding approach has strengthened the resilience of agro-industry, light industry and traditional industries. SMEs have become better positioned to expand globally, diversify their reach and attract investment. Ladies and gentlemen, to fully leverage brands and IP for sustainable growth, we need collective action from our partners. That means private sector involvement alongside public sector support. UNIDO and EBI regularly bring together experts from various fields to foster knowledge exchange. We know that brand and IP management can boost economic performance. It is a catalyst for practices with deeper innovation and intellectual value added at all levels. Now, with the Brand Global Summit 2023, I look forward to the results of your discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director General. Does this work with the presentation? Doesn't switch. Yes, welcome and opening. Now it's working. Yes, again, very warm welcome, Mr. Müller, we had already. I want to thank not just UNIDO, but all our other partners who supported us for this event. A very special thanks goes also to the Mayor and Governor of Vienna, Dr. Michael Ludwig. He is hosting, and the City of Vienna, they are hosting the Vienna Brand Gala tonight in the Vienna City Hall. Thanks also to the Vienna Chamber of Commerce, all ministries and embassies who participated here, regions, media partners, all partners here, Deloitte, Lansky, Gansky Partner, Weekend Magazine, Refinitiv, the group of Latin American countries who organized a wonderful exhibition and tasting in tonight's Vienna Brand Gala, Novomatic and the Brand Global Council. Yes, brands for impact is the topic. As the Director General said, intellectual property dominate the global economy. But we know they are very important, but they are least understood. Brands are least understood assets. They account for a large amount of the company value, but not everybody knows it. Brands are driving sustainability. They create value for companies, for economies, and for the society. So in short, they create impact. This is why we chose the topic of this year's summit, Brands for Impact. International speakers from politics, business, finance will discuss the economic importance and how brands lead and how they create impact. Also, I want to introduce you, okay, this is the program, this annual magazine. It's the 10th time this year that we publish this magazine. It should help you and support you in learning about how brands create impact. Also, I want to introduce you, okay, this was online. Please read these articles. Thanks for all the partners who participated in this magazine, and use it, read it. Very, very interesting parts and articles. Now, for the start, I want to wish you a successful Brand Global Summit, the 19th one. I wish you to get inspired, to enjoy the presentations and talks with experts. We have many success stories, as Director General said, where we can show how brands and brand projects create prosperity in regions. They increase the GDP and the GDP per capita, which is an indicator for prosperity. And as I say every year, if you take home just one idea from this summit and implement it, I think this summit was a success. Thank you. Now I want to hand over to Marco Camilla for his impulse statement on brands for impact. Maybe here.
Thank you, Gerhard. It's a pleasure to meet you again this year, clearly, so you carry a personal branding. Huh? So, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, so it is my pleasure to welcome today at the Brand Global Summit 2023 with the main theme, Brands for Impact. Over the past years, UNIDO and the European Brand Institute have consistently emphasized the important role of the intangible assets, such as brands and intellectual property, in advancing sustainable and inclusive industrial development. This aligns closely with the objectives set by the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Today, we are here to discuss about the impact of these assets. Branding is an identity for a company, an industry, a city, and a country. In particular, important that we are having this event today in Vienna, which is considered by a number of publications as the most livable city in the world. Vienna has a reputation and obviously a branding that is an example of this identity. At UNIDO, we support industrial development and focus closely on manufacturing, but when we work with industries, more and more we see that manufacturing, services, and digital platforms are combining. And in this digital age, the significance of intangible assets and branding is naturally increasing. So what is driving this trend? First, as digitalization advances, the number of digital platforms is multiplying, and competition and differentiation among products and services becomes more fierce and stronger. To succeed over the digital landscape, strong brands and intangible assets are crucial elements in reputation building, as they offer a sense of trustworthiness, quality, and reliability. Second, as markets become more interconnected, intangible assets serve as a competitive advantage. They provide a universal language, transcending geographical and cultural barriers, and allowing businesses to establish a global presence. And third, intangible assets like brands have the potential to stay. They evolve, they adapt, and remain relevant, offering businesses a degree of resilience against the digital disruption and the associated challenges. UNIDO and the European Brand Institute are integrating digital transformation and branding with broader sustainability consideration. We have consistently worked to develop a replicable approach to brands and intellectual property management. An example of this is the service module on branding for competitiveness and sustainable growth, which emphasizes strategic brand management, strengthening intellectual property protection, and supporting innovation and competitiveness. So in Africa, Central and East Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean, UNIDO's branding approach has strengthened the resilience of the agribusiness, light manufacturing, as well as traditional industries. By adopting digital technologies for business improvement and branding, small and medium enterprises have become better positioned to establish global presence, diversifying their product range and tapping into new sources of finance. UNIDO has also implemented initiatives to foster institutional branding in Central Asia and Eastern Europe. So this includes learning platforms and competency centers that are designed to provide skills essential for the transition to Industry 4.0 across various sectors. So UNIDO projects have an immense replication potential worldwide, spanning regions and adapting to national development agendas. For this summit, UNIDO and the European Brand Institute have convened experts from various fields to foster dialogue and knowledge exchange. We are convinced that facilitating on how brand and IP management can boost economic performance will lead toward practices with deeper innovation and intellectual value at all levels. So, ladies and gentlemen, we firmly believe in the power of brands and intellectual property to empower our member states with essential knowledge and leverage the advantage of the digital age. Building on the Sustainable Development Goals, so we envision an impactful alignment between branding, social and environmental responsibility, and economic prosperity. So as we embark on the Brand Global Summit 2023, allow me to wish you a rich discussion and useful outcomes. So many thanks and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Yes, thanks also for the cooperation in all those projects, I think we really made a difference and contribute to better living for many people in this world. I want to introduce you a little bit to the economic contribution of brands, sustainable brands, and why they create impact. Intellectual property, as we heard already, and brands especially created by innovation processes account for a large part of the value of today's companies. When you look at our publications, they are also published here in this annual magazine, the global top 100 brands and the European top 10 brands, for instance. You see that there are huge amounts of brand values and that those values are even larger than GDPs of the most economies in the world. So the role of important of trademarks, brands and intellectual property is definitely increasing. This is also what the European Union and OECD says. According to the latest EU studies, brands and IP rights directly or indirectly support 39% of the jobs, almost 39% of EU GDP, and 90% of foreign trade. The OECD believes that an increasing proportion of assets held by SMEs are non-physical, clear they are intangible, but contribute significantly to a company's value. And also their studies say that those companies that have IP rights and brands perform better than those who do not. And they also say that this relationship and correlation is particularly strong for SMEs. That's also what the Director General said, that we support SMEs in their growth and therefore also the economy. Now, higher company valuations can also be reached through valuable brands. We did an analysis based on Refinitiv data on the last 10 years, and we analyzed the impact of brand value on several indicators of a company, financial and non-financial indicators. What was the result? The result is that brand value positively correlates with those indicators you see here in sustainable brands. This means non-financial, but also financial indicators like sales, profit, net income, return on equity, stock price, enterprise value. So it is increased when you create more brand value. And it's negatively correlated, which again is positive, with the cost of capital. This means if you have a strong brand, you can finance your company better, you have lower costs of debt financing, which also can create a positive impact on the economy. As you know, in Europe, most of the companies are debt financed, so for Europe, this would be definitely very important. As Mr. Camille mentioned, ESG. We also analyzed the relationship between brand value and ESG. And we saw that there is an impact on these ESG pillar scores by brands. We find an evidence of a positive short-term effect between brand value and all three ESG pillars, and a long-term effect, especially in the social pillar score, which is clear: social, societies, brands, clients, stakeholders. So also this study suggests that companies that lead in brand investing actually perform better, and this also can serve, the brand value can serve as security for financing, where we will hear about more in detail in one of our panels today. What we can also see is that the brand, as Mr. Camille also said, contributes to regions. Regional brands, integrated regional brand management shows very positive results in several ways. You can see it here. They increase competitiveness, innovation, and civic engagement. They show a positive impact on investment, inhabitants, and tourism. They have higher returns on real estate, infrastructure, and events. And I think what is also very important, regional brand management gives a new sense of purpose and direction to inhabitants, businesses, and also institutions, what already Mr. Camilla said. And last but not least, if you have more valuable brands in a region, you have also more GDP in a region, which means you increase the prosperity. Why can we say that? Because we analyzed this for, I think, 40 countries, and there is a 92% correlation between the value of brands in a region and the GDP per capita. This means when we develop brands in regions, and that's why we do this with UNIDO in regions, then we can grow the GDP and the prosperity of this region. Now, therefore, we have, as Director General Mr. Camilla said, this joint program. You can download this folder also from our website, and where we are promoting the potential of branding as a tool for inclusive and sustainable industrial development, and we assist countries in transition and developing economies, and also regions to grow their GDP through the use of brand. And one of these results I want to show you, success stories. We will hear some more success stories, but just to give you an impression, after a 3-year project period in Armenia with 5,900 BC, which is the cluster brand which was developed there, local sales increased by 159%. This means 2.5 times than it was before. 146% new jobs were created, a 200% increase in annual turnover, and 246% export growth. After 3 years, the project period. So this means that the full investment for the project was paid back, and even more taxes were earned by the government. And I think this shows how important it is to run such projects, to implement brand management, cluster brands in your regions, in your countries, and it proves, I think these figures prove of the economic contribution of brands. Yeah, that's why what we say, keep on branding. Thank you. Now I want to hand over to Farouk Alimjanov for his panel, Brands, Digitalization and Innovation for Impact. He will introduce the panelists, and yes, we are curious about what we will hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gerhard. Ladies and gentlemen, Gerhard, very pleased to see the results you're basically showing from our joint activities before in Armenia. Just wanted to update you. Those figures were basically recorded before the lockdown time. Then after the lockdown time, we really restored the pace with which the economy was growing. The economy was creating more jobs and export. I'm very happy to report you that, but also today we'll be showing some new examples from new regions. Please stay with us. We will be having good examples from UNIDO's branding activities from Indonesia, from India, from Venezuela, from Tunisia. We'll be talking a little bit about innovative ways we see branding. So we're trying to brand now services and their support institutions in East Europe and in Central Asia. We started in Armenia and Belarus. So we'll be very, very happy to share these examples of UNIDO work, the work we're doing together with DBI, we're doing with our donors, with our partners. So stay with us. But this will come a bit later today within our session, but also later in the afternoon. But now let us explore a fascinating interconnection between brands, digitalization, innovation for impact. This is how is our today panel session is called, to which I would like to invite Marco Matteini to join us here at the panel, and then online we will be having our guests from India, from China joining, but today we also have a pleasure and honor to host Mr. Alexander Bier, who is the Deputy Director of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Vienna, who is co-host of our evening event. And basically, before doing that, I would like just to give a little bit background of our session. So why we're talking about brands, why we're talking about digitalization innovation for impact. We were speaking a little bit about this earlier today. I see a lot of businesses present today, so I'd like to put this matter, this very important matter, interconnectivity between brands, digitalization, innovation, and impact, and SDG, and a little bit business, well, let's say business development language. So why we are looking at this? What is impact actually for us, for UNIDO means? Impact we see in transformation, in change that small business, entrepreneur, innovator, an SME, a cluster, economy, like industrial sector or entire economy, entire country can generate for building jobs, for building value addition. In a way, the socio-economic role of these business actors, their social and economic credits towards the economy. So this to advance basically the agenda of in each this respective country to achieve their respective sustainable development goals. We are at UNIDO looking into that with a strong belief that competitiveness is the key for these real sector operators to support the achievement of their sustainable development goals. Again, turning it to the very business language, I think none of these business actors, from small, medium enterprise to the big corporate, could generate the socio-economic value to their respective economies unless their produce is efficiently produced, responsibly produced, but also commercialized, sustainably and responsibly commercialized. So we're in strong belief that competitiveness is the linking point between innovation, brands, digitalization, and impact. And as we speak now, and well, we basically weathered through few lockdowns, and now we're speaking even in the conditions, economic conditions of even higher competition worldwide. And now we're talking about like changed world, we're really digital. So we're trying to benefit from these tools, from the digital tools, in making industries competitive. We spoke a lot and we'll be speaking a lot how brand is playing the role in advancing marketing of the SMEs to become more competitive so they can create more jobs and income in their respective countries, and how we can basically help, and what we're doing at UNIDO, as I said, together with our partners, to build this competitiveness in least developed countries, and LDCs, in middle income development countries, but also increasingly in the emerging economies. So I'm happy to host at this panel representatives of the municipal authorities, of real sector, large-scale industry, from international organizations supporting energy sector, pulp and paper sector, and finally our tech giant in the telecommunication world. So today our guests will be from Vienna, New Delhi, Ayodhya, Shenzhen, and UNIDO. So we'll be exploring together the best practices and best examples and opportunities to achieve SDGs that develop in their respective regions, municipalities, or countries, but also a better understanding relationship they build between digitalization, branding, and further ESG. Yeah, we'll be talking a lot about ESG today, ESG principles in achieving this impact. So it is important to recognize that ESG is not just a matter of corporate social responsibility, CSR, yeah? It's evolved into the central component of a company's reputation, identity, and branding. So with that said, and as our first speaker, let me again approach Alexander. Let me welcome the good old friend of our Brand Global Summit, Mr. Alexander Bier, Deputy Director of the Vienna Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who will be sharing with us your best practices, your success stories in Vienna, you developed, implemented in Vienna, and what you're planning to do in Vienna, new projects in the areas of applying digital solutions inter alia and tools supporting corporate, product, regional, municipal, institutional competitiveness and branding in Vienna. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this warm welcome and this nice introduction. Nice to be here again, and also nice to see such a lot of people after this lockdown time. It's good to have you here. I'm proud to speak about Vienna as a globe or a global brand example. And as I was asked to talk about points like digitalization and also sustainability, I tried to focus them all in one and give you some examples of what we are doing in order to establish Vienna as a new, modern, digitalization and sustainable brand on the globe. Brands, no matter whether they are corporate, product, regional or institutional, need to embrace change and co-evolve with current and future technology. In order to take out some examples, we all talk about the generative AI at the moment, the metaverse, the Web 3.0. Well, these are all common words pointing out to one global goal. They established a very strong impact on the brand sector. They develop new areas in communication and also in brand management. And therefore, regions like Vienna, the Vienna region, or Austria at all, is forced to give answers on these new developments. So let me step into what we try to use as an answer. We developed throughout the last years the Vienna's 2030 economic and innovation strategy. What is the idea behind this Vienna economic and innovation strategy? We try to focus on these fields in which the city enjoys a very strong position already today, and which will provide to us new answers to these challenges, as I mentioned them before, for the coming years. What is the aim of this strategy? We try to use the potential in positioning Vienna as an international city, as a global city. We try to build on specific, as I mentioned before, strengths of Vienna. Like there is not only the culture, tradition in Vienna, there is also, for example, I will talk about it afterwards, a very strong healthcare sector in Vienna with a strong, innovative component, pointing out new developments for the whole world. We try to find new solutions in the urban challenges, as Vienna is now a 2 million inhabitant city. It was, I think, 2 weeks ago, as it was mentioned, that we now have officially our 2 million inhabitants here in Vienna. This is interesting because last time Vienna had 2 million inhabitants. This was about 100 years ago. So you see how fast it was growing, the time in between. And I allow to say maybe it is also a good brand positioning of Vienna in order to find new people, interesting people for developing this region. What are these areas now, as I talked about, in which we are quite strong, but in which we want to improve even more? Well, first of all, there is this smart solution in a city of the 21st century, using new energy production, using new ways of mobility, new ways of recycling, new ways of housing, and putting all these four sectors, which are concentrating on the climate change or the activities versus the climate change, in one strategy. This is important to have a smart solution strategy for Vienna. We work on this. The second area in which we are quite strong, I mentioned before, is the Vienna Health Metropolis, the famous Vienna School of Medicine, even also about 100 years old, but using this brand is interesting. It is a possibility in positioning it throughout the world in order to get new, interesting researchers for developing new healthcare solutions for the people living here and for the people in the world. The third one is the digitalization sector, but we try to use it in the Viennese style, so making like Mozart singing and playing in a digital way, but also in order, for example, for developing the streets and the houses and the plans for even further development of the city. We try to focus on the smart production. There is not these old factories with all the air pollution in the city of 2 million. We are concentrating on new forms of production, like the pharmaceutical sector. For example, Vienna has about a quarter of all the goods being exported from Vienna in the world. They come from the pharmaceutical sector. 10% of the whole production of blood plasma medicine or products are produced here in Vienna. Maybe that's the reason why they always talk about the Viennese blood, but this is more or less an insider story about it. Concentrating on this smart production, especially in the pharmaceutical sector, is one of the strength fields of Vienna. We try to even strengthen the position as an international encounter, which means that Vienna is one of the 4 capitals of the UN, United Nations, but we have also about 40 international organizations being located here in Vienna, which gives us a very strong international brand status. And we operate with about 220 international headquarters, which operate starting from Vienna, throughout the world. And at least we have a very strong position in organizing and giving place to international congresses. Here in Vienna, we always are playing in the league of Paris or Barcelona in hosting a lot of conferences, international conferences here in Vienna. These are the fields of strength. Let me just mention 2 examples on which we are working at the moment for fulfilling these strength fields. First one I mentioned before with the smart solutions. Well, it's all about Vienna to be positioned as a green powerhouse. This means we have a lot of talks and aims about fighting the climate change. But to be honest, if we only talk about it, if we only talk about aims where we want to be in the year 2030, 2040, well, talking about it will not lead us there. We have to really work on solutions for this climate change. And therefore, I'm proud that Vienna, with this Vienna Economic and Innovation Strategy, does some new approach to the climate change discussions. We are not turning away the faces and talking about new aims, but we try to join forces together with the economy and the technological approaches in order to find solutions on it. We do not even find and look for them. We try to bring them into action. Let me just talk about this. Vienna still, like most of the cities, generate their energy from coal, oil and gas. About 60% of the energy we consume for housing, for driving, whatever, for production, comes from oil, coal or gas. But we know that this is one of the key elements for polluting and leading to this climate change. So we tried to change it. We started some years ago. We put on all these ceilings and roofs, tops, these solar panels. And not only talking about it, but meanwhile we came up to 17% of the houses being just stored by energy throughout the solar energy. This is not a lot, but it's a beginning. We did a second part. We looked into the earth below us. We did some digging, and we found some hot water springs, very hot water springs. When I'm talking about digging, then I mean up to 4,000 meters going below Vienna. We take this water, geothermal energy. We bring it up to the surface, we change it, we use it for heating, for example, houses. We cool it and we bring it down again. It's the second part. It still starts in the northeastern part of Vienna, and it will also be done in the southern part of Vienna. The third one, interesting, and some kind of connection to the mobility sector. We try to change the mobility sector also into an electric mobility sector. We already perform quite well in public transportation. Maybe you don't know, but I was surprised. Vienna has the 6th largest public transport network of the whole world. This is quite interesting. I mean, 2 million people is okay, but the 6th largest of the world, I was impressed about this when I told it last week to some friends from China. But we have to change even the remaining parts of fossil energy-driven vehicles to electric-driven vehicles. And we started with a very complicated sector, with the taxi sector. Everybody who knows, when you want to make changes, talking to the taxi drivers, this is not even so easy all around the world to convince them to make this change. But we did. So we started now to make an experiment. We found some kind of plates like this, for example, small like this, and we put it in the floor, in the ground of the street positions where the taxis are parking and waiting for people to come. And while they are waiting, so the taxi then drives on this plate, and some kind of connection comes down from the downside of the taxi, goes down to the plate. And while they are waiting, the taxi is charged throughout the energy coming from this plate. Well, you say, this is nothing new, but it's somehow new. I tell you, because we got a patent on this. Normally, for example, my friends from Asia, they told me, normally, it's like the plate is coming up to the vehicle. But then you have the problem that you have a strong energy all around this vehicle, which is quite dangerous. And you have a lot of cameras and whatever in order to establish some secure charging. It's different as it goes down the connector to the plate. So it's like the connector cleans the plate. You can use it anytime, even if it is dirty, if you have snow on it, whatever, it cleans it. It is with plastic around it, so it's safe. If somebody touches it, the connection is gone. It's not dangerous for the people. You charge it. You charge about 70 kilowatt hours, which is quite a lot. If you imagine for a house, for a day during winter time, you need about 15 to 20 kilowatt hours. So putting 70 kilowatt hours into the battery of the car is a lot. And now it comes. You do not even use the car in future only for driving. Because if you know tomorrow, I will not go with this car, which has been charged through solar energy, then I go home, take my smartphone and switch it. And then the energy comes out of the battery and goes to the house, to your apartment, and then you have light and whatever energy you need during the nighttime, where there is no sunshine, and you use your car not only for driving, but only for energy for your apartment. So this is something really interesting, and it's a solution for the question, how can we store the energy being produced by solar or also by wind energy? This is the one example, and the last example and we will try to use it as a brand for Vienna. I try to convince the people for this. And the second part I also was talking about is Vienna as this health metropolis. We try to focus on two new products in this regard. The first one is the future of medicine, of medical solutions, is the precision medicine, which means every one of us is different, is an individual. Everyone responds differently to healthcare treatment. This means medicine I give to you, there's a different solution and I give it to you. And what precision medicine does is they try to focus out the medicine one individual needs exactly so that it works and heals or cures this man or woman. And we got a precision medicine research center now for Vienna, located next to the general hospital, so that there is also the possibility to translate these new inventions to the people being health treated in the hospital sector. And we also try to use some kind of technological transfer center in order to bring these new innovations to an economical output, because it should then be connected to the industry in order to be produced and brought all over the world. So precision medicine is one field we are working in positioning the healthcare metropolis Vienna, and the second one is the regenerative medicine. We have a very strong healthcare community for accidents, which means that people being harmed by an accident even cannot walk anymore. You know these problems we are facing all the time. What they did is they did some kind. What we are doing at the moment is we are trying to position a research center for regenerative medicine next to another big hospital, an accident hospital. What the researchers do there is they do some kind of research on all these little reptiles. You know, when they lose their arms, for example, they grow again. Eidechs and Grottenmolche, I don't know. So they have some kind of regenerative system. And they find out the DNA of these systems, and they use it to put it into the backyard, for example, of the people. So what happens then? The structure of the nerves, comes again. So people really, after such a big accident, can walk again. And this is remarkable. This is something new. This brings the health metropolis, Vienna, making individual solutions, bringing people back to mobility, to a very, very new brand extent as we had before. These are the two main topics we try to work on with the City of Vienna and the Chamber of Commerce. I'm pleased to have you here, and let me finish by something I think I'm really sure about. You can invent whatever you want to. If you don't form some kind of brand out of this and making Vienna to a green powerhouse or Vienna to a health metropolis, then nobody knows about it and nobody will help you to fulfill your aims on this. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Beer, amazing, fascinating examples. I think half of the objective of what you said, of today's session, of today's summit, to bring something home as an idea, I think half of this objective is fulfilled. But what I liked the most, you bring branding and other topics all together. First of all, I mean, I'm also amazed by the way you prioritize, you put it to the strategy, but you're aiming at its implementation. So action and implementation is there as the priority as well. So working on solutions, this is another good grand line from this statement. But also, we saw how approach of Vienna towards branding is so human-oriented. There were keywords like energy, healthcare, people, like regenerative or the precision medicine, mobility, public transport. I mean, everything could be maybe put under the one common denominator is people. And I think it's a good idea maybe for the next Brand Global Summit to say brands for people, because at the end of the day, this is what we aim at. And yeah, the Vienna's experience is indeed remarkable. And what another takeaway for me is that you're saying that we have to do this to improve our brand, or we have to, whatever we do, we have to label it, we have to brand it somehow, we have to market it. But I think there is another, let's say, causal chain here where your will, the Viennese government, municipalities' will to keep the brand of Vienna high motivates you to do so good human and humane things for people, being already 6th biggest public transport system. You really still want to improve and enhance, taking all the benefits from digitalization and innovation. Thank you so much. Another key word was energy, and I think this is very good transferring point maybe for the next speaker today. Now we have the privilege of having Mr. Marco Matteni with us, our dear colleague here at UNIDO, expert on sustainable energy. Marco will share with us on the importance of ISO 50001 energy management systems, which was co-developed by UNIDO, and its role in strengthening the development of the brands and positioning strategies centered around ESG principles. So this is indeed essential in today's world where the consumers are becoming increasingly caring about the environmental, social impact of the brands they support. So, dear Marco, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Farouk, and Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yes, I will spend the next 8-9 minutes to talk briefly about how the international standard 50001 on energy management system can strengthen a brand positioning around ESG. Now, I did not talk to Alexander, but his presentation was perfect. We are in a climate change emergency. I think here there are 4 images of some of the most negative impacts of climate change today, from the abandonment of territories that are then triggering also substantial movement and migration of people, coral reef bleaching due to excessive warm seawater, and increasing frequency and intensity of natural disasters like floods and wildfire. Here I took also a couple of figures about projections of heating demand and cooling demand for Switzerland. Until 2100, the heating demand is projected, simplifying a bit, to decrease by 40%, but the cooling demand is projected to increase by 5-6 times. Coming a bit closer to us today, this is a climate classification map of Austria for the period of 1980 to 2016, and this is for the last 3 decades of the century. You can easily see the significant change of colors, but for instance, the cold and polar climatic area of Austria would almost disappear because of climate change. In this slide, there is a sample, a very small sample of brands and companies that also against the background of a climate change emergency decided to invest in the implementation of ISO 50001 energy management system. They are coming from really all sectors of economy. We have also cities like Abu Dhabi that have implemented ISO 50001. UNIDO has worked with some of these companies to support implementation, but really the vast majority of corporates, companies, and brands that are implementing today ISO 50001, they are doing it because it makes perfect sense for their business or sustainability or ESG strategies. Now, ESG certainly can strengthen the corporate branding. ESG provides evidence of a company's value and how the company communicates about these values is a core part of business branding. ESG provides then a range of additional benefits from communication channels with key stakeholders, brand accountability. It can really boost recognition in the market, and we see that more and more investors are looking at the ESG programs and also carbon performance of companies before making investments. So ESG definitely increasingly or critically important for successful branding. Now, how ISO 50001 energy management system can be a key pillar of this ESG sustainability and net zero strategy. Under the environmental piece, we see an increasing number of companies and corporates that are introducing policies related to climate change or more recently decarbonization, net zero. Now, if we would look at the root causes of climate change and precisely greenhouse gas emissions, we would see that roughly half of the emissions are generated from the consumption of fossil energy. And here is where ISO 50001 energy management system can really come in to provide companies with a unique tool that can support the systematic and strategic management of energy consumption, which means also bringing together technology, people, and data to work towards a continual improvement of energy performance, which means continually decrease energy consumption and improve energy efficiency. So moving to the business and brand value of ISO 50001, certainly energy management system equip companies and corporates to better manage the complexity and to drive transformation for continual improvement of performance and also carbon net zero. There is a complexity within corporates and companies, but there is also an increasing complexity in the external environment in which companies and brands are operating with regard to climate change and the energy transition. And energy management system can also help companies in this area. There is then definitely a benefit for the bottom line of companies and brands, firstly by ensuring assets optimization and minimizing waste, and this in turn also de-risk the capital investments and increase the rate of returns. In all, what we see is that the implementation of energy management system and ISO 50001 becomes really a way to demonstrate leadership on performance excellence, climate change mitigation, and sustainability. And in this way, really reinforcing the image of the company and the reputation in the marketplace. An important result is also that energy and carbon performance monitoring and improvement is integrated in the daily operation of companies, in the daily as well as strategic decision-making of companies, and over time also in the culture of corporates. And this, of course, contributes to the strengthening of a brand, and last but not least, the system and the standard can really sustain the ESG and brand commitments in the long term, and also drive systematic action and reporting. This is just an example of one company and their progression on investments. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you for this experience, this unique experience. Indeed, we had some meetings before this panel, and actually I understood the key role of UNIDO in harmonizing different regions, different countries' energy management system. That was a key to implement the international standard under which different companies can certify around the globe. I mean, I'm talking, indeed, there was a serious work behind that. And Gerhard, you will understand me because you are chairing one of the ISO working groups and technical groups. You also lead of one of the well, basically brand management system. So I'm sure they will have a lot to discuss together with Marco. Indeed, the standards are part of the image, part of the branding of the companies, of industries, especially among the big companies as well. With that said, I would like to turn to India, to both New Delhi and Ludhiana, where we have Ms. Shraddha Shrikant, our UNIDO National Program Coordinator, who will be giving us insight on very outstanding example of our project in pulp and paper sector. Give you some background. We were starting this project as, let's say, the UNIDO upgradation project of 4% of the world's pulp and paper production. This is a massive industrial landscape to improve productivity, to improve competitiveness. And from the sector which started to absorb, to adopt and adapt the technologies, the best practices, also contributing to basically improving the ecosystem, including some holy rivers like Ganga River. This project turned to be very successful in actually generating own innovations, and we were very proud when this project, our team from India, our scientists and technical team from India were invited to mid-September paper and packaging conference held in Vienna, and indeed their outstanding example was recognized and as exemplary, something to replicate elsewhere in the world, even in the OECD countries. So I would like to invite her to share this remarkable work, and there was indeed a big work on improving the production of the sector. And she will be joined by the brand communication head at the private sector operator in the same industry of India, Paka Ltd, Mr. Shashank Mehra, who will provide us with practical examples how Chuk service wear branding basically is learned from international experience, but also implementing largely intensively their commitment to innovate, to build sustainability, and how the innovation sustainability can not only enhance the brand's image, but also drive real-world impact by reducing waste and promoting responsible consumer behavior. Shada, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Farooq. Good morning and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shraddha Shrikant, and I work with UNIDO here in India. And further to Farooq's very kind introduction, I will talk you through one of UNIDO's technical cooperation projects that we have been implementing for the Indian pulp and paper sector. Now, the project, which is supported by the Government of India, specifically the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, emphasizes one key aspect, that the Indian manufacturing conditions of this particular pulp and paper sector are very different from the way the paper industry looks worldwide. So the idea is that there are technologies that are available, well established and in use in different parts of the world, but for their widespread adoption in India, specifically in the smaller or medium-sized paper mills in the country, there is a degree of collaborative innovation and just working together to customize technology specifications to the process and manufacturing conditions in the country. So the project essentially focuses on building pilot units that are based on design configurations suited to India, and have them as transportable pilots travel from one mill to the other to make sure that the technologies that we're recommending to the private sector actually work for their individual operational context. Now, with this kind of a background, let me tell you a little bit about the paper industry and why it makes for an interesting case for our discussion for innovation vis-a-vis brand image and reputation at large. The pulp and paper industry in India is known to be on two fronts. One is highly resource intensive, so its water, energy, chemical consumption requirements are known to be extremely high. Also because it's unique in its structure of using recycled fiber as the primary sort of raw material. And secondly, it's also known to be amongst the 17 most polluting industries in the country. Now, just moving above enterprise level discussion, we're talking about how an entire manufacturing sector, an entire industry is seen or perceived to be having a high pollution impact or a high environmental impact. So within the ambit of the project, we've been working with knowledge-based institutions, but also enterprises to look at what kind of technologies help address specific sustainability or productivity-based challenges. Within the project, we focused on 3 technologies, one that focuses on energy efficiency, one that focuses on wastewater management and reuse, and the third that focuses on essentially odor management, odor control, which is known to be a persistent problem, both in the product but also in paper mills spread across the country. Now, the idea is that if the industry at large is meant to overcome this perception of it being environmentally, having a high environmental footprint, then we need technical or technological solutions at a very shop floor grassroots level that help individual mills overcome this. And the idea of coming up with those sort of environmental solutions, whether it is increasing water reuse efficiency or energy efficiency, those are the building blocks that allow paper mills to do that. But I think that in our experience of coming up with, developing and demonstrating the technologies that I'm talking about, what we have learned is that the industry has come a long way in the sense that it doesn't pursue sustainability for the sake of sustainability or productivity for the sake of productivity. In addressing operational functional challenges at the shop floor, we see in a very tangible way that the industry is able to change its competitive position. And I will just demonstrate this to you with one of the three technologies that I mentioned. So because paper production or pulp and paper production is known to be so water intensive, a lot of mills have ended up closing their water loops. That means the same process water kind of gets circulated in the system and reused for different applications. As you could maybe intuitively tell, this results in maybe a buildup of microbes and other substances that you would typically find in processed water, which has been seen to have an effect on product quality, but also the buildup of microbes causes a marked odor, say, in the final product. Now, under the project, we came up with a technology that, as an alternative to chemicals or biocides that are used to address this issue, it involves the application of chlorine dioxide, which is a well-known disinfectant for even potable water in other contexts, but requires some adaptation for pulp and paper production. Now, this technology has worked on a commercial scale in all of the mills that we've demonstrated it in. But what is interesting is that not only did it fix the operational issue of odor, it also basically helped paper mills fix productivity issues, because that same microbial activity would cause paper breakages or product losses, would cause defects, in terms of spots and specks in the final product. And this technology helped not just address those microbes, but also improve, say, product quality. Now, in all of this, a sustainability-focused solution helped paper mills overcome the challenge that was essentially a hurdle in meeting export requirements. So buyers would typically say, look, if the final product has this odor or has spots and specks, we can't buy for applications such as food packaging, for instance. And this kind of a sustainable solution that treats processed water in a more environmentally friendly way than previously used biocides or chemicals did not just prove to be a more environmentally sustainable solution, it also helped market responsiveness and market readiness in becoming eligible for export orders. So I think the broader point that I'm trying to make and the lesson that we learned through these kind of demonstrations and technology transfer exercises is that it's not sustainability or doing good for the sake of doing good, but the fact that you can do well by doing good. And individual steps like these, small steps, individual technologies or individual solutions can go a long way in changing how at the firm level, but also at the industry at large level, how consumers, how buyers and the markets at large perceive products that we put out and manufacture. So our manufacturing capability is a big function of innovation with this kind of a strategic focus. Let me maybe stop there in the interest of time and hand over to Shashank, who like Farooq said, looks after brand communication at Paka. Yash Paka is a pioneer in terms of private sector in the pulp and paper sector industry in India, which essentially take this principle to heart and execute it in making sustainability-focused decisions central to their product choice, to their raw material selection, but also in how they approach their buyers. We have had the privilege of demonstrating one of our energy efficiency-focused technologies at their unit, but they do so much more than that and beyond that in terms of scope for sustainability. So I'll hand over to you, Shashank. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Shraddha. I have a quick presentation. I will jump straight onto it. So, briefly, if I have to tell you what Paka does, Paka makes regenerative packaging solutions. We have been doing this for about 40 years now, and we have one purpose in mind, and that purpose is a clean planet. So a clean planet does sound like a far-fetched idea at the moment, but it's definitely a good place to look at when we are working towards something. And so we are working towards a clean planet. And that is where our products and our processes, everything is focused. All in all, we're striving to build better regenerative packaging at scale while working in a circular economy. So we make packaging solutions out of bagasse. Bagasse is the agricultural residue that comes from sugarcane. So basically, sugarcane goes into sugar mills. They extract the juice out of it. Whatever waste they are left with, we buy that. We make our products from that. And so some of the USPs that I would like to talk about are these. So the pulp that we use, that is made from 100% agricultural residue, which is from local areas. So we're talking about local usage here. Then there is 100% self-generated biomass energy that we use to run the entire factory. So basically, there are no fossil fuels used, and all the energy is produced from rice husk. We are completely off-grid and self-sufficient. So the factory has 2 power plants. So all the power requirements, they are sufficed from within the factory, and we recover 95% of chemicals used in the cooking of bagasse. And so, like, there is an additional one which I just thought about, I should share while this discussion was going on, about the industry being water intensive, and we clean all of our water that we use, and that is usable for irrigation after it is used on the. These are the offerings that we have. So we've recently gotten into food packaging, which is compostable, paper-based, flexible materials. We are currently catering to the chocolate and confectionery business for this. Then food carry is something that we have been doing for the better part of 40 years now. And we have a lot of clients domestically, outside as well. And then food service, which is what we will be talking about here. And this comes under the brand name called Chuck. Now, Chuck, what we would usually mean by Chuck is just chuck it away. And so that is what the brand name stands for. You can use it, you can just chuck it away, it will decompose, it will compost within 90 to 180 days. It is backyard composting. When you talk about Chuck, it is the single largest Indian manufacturer of compostable tableware. And that, of course, comes from a material support of 140 tons per day pulp capacity, which we have built over the years. It is the only vertically integrated manufacturing facility in the region. And currently, Chuck, within the space, has 18 tons per day serviceware capacity, which makes it one of the biggest, in the country, the biggest in the country. This is the product range of Chuck. We have everything right from bowls and plates to delivery containers that have become a rage now, and a lot of merchants were not being able to look beyond plastic or look beyond non-compostable solutions for at least their delivery reasons. So we've got a solution for that, and then some new products have come in, say spoon caddy and party caddy, and all of these, the entire range is compostable. It's all backyard compostable. These are some of the biggest Indian names that trust Chuck with their packaging, with the packaging of their great food and the service of their food. And it is also available with e-retailers right from Amazon, some Indian names like Big Basket and Zepto. I would like to share, some of the awards that Chuck has. It is ISO certified, it is US FDA certified, and the design has received a lot of awards, as you can see here. And then, of course, the process has received some awards as well, right from noteworthy water efficient, for the water usage, then for the energy conservation. And of course, Chuck, the company Paka, is looking after its people, and it's a great place to work, as well as one of the 50 best workplaces in manufacturing in India, listed for this year. Which brings me to a very short case study about Tapri. It is a restaurant, it is a cafe in Jaipur, one of the good tourist cities. And if you ever come to India, you should come to Jaipur. So Tapri basically has the mention of Chuck as well as its certifications, what it does on its menu, on the first page of its menu. And this is an example of how the brand value of, it's not just about the Chuck brand, it is also about the brand of Tapri, which is accepting compostable tableware as against non-compostable. as soon as they had this this page on their menu, the sales grew by about 6 to 7%. Now, I'm not saying that the sales grew when they started using Chuck. That was long before. They started growing when they had this page. So, which goes on to say that to the cafe that it is using, and this shows that it is also important to the customer because they are coming back again and again when they know that the solutions are composed. I'm telling you a little bit about the Packer brand. We have customers in say 40 odd countries. There is a legacy of 40 plus years. We were established in the year 1981. And roughly you can say about 11,000 tons of plastic has been replaced so far by way of carry materials as well as serviceware as well as packaging. Packer is also going to set up the largest compostable flexible packaging and molded fiber facility. This is already in the works. This is going to be set up in Guatemala, America. And we'll know more about it as the process goes. It is, so Packer is aligned with UN SDGs, obviously. So Packer Foundation, which is the CSR wing of Packer, it has its focus on employment, on education and environment. So right from pond rejuvenation projects to forestation projects to there are schools. There are schools for the children of people working in Packer as well as outside. And then there are professional courses being offered by Packer. So all of these things are being done for upliftment of the society, of the villages and towns around the factory. And of course, Packer is, Chuck is environmentally responsible. Environment responsibility is one of the key aspects. The carbon footprint is near zero, which you can see is thousands of percentage less than other alternates like plastic and styrofoam. What we are trying to do here is bring in more and more people, more and more businesses, not just to adopt our products, but to make the products that we need. As the founder of our company, Mr. Ved Krishna rightly says, we do not have competitors, we have collaborators. So we are looking for more people who actually build with us, build the same as us, because the impact that we want to create is huge. And while Packer and Chuck are doing all they can, it is not possible for one company or 10 companies or 50 companies to make that change. And we are wanting to have that change for a cleaner planet. We are looking to work with you to leave the planet clean.
Thank you, Shashank. We would be gladly joining this avenue towards zero impact. I mean, we indeed share one planet, so we'll be happy to join this effort. I was at your company. I was really amazed by what you already achieved and what is in your ambition. So today we have heard from our participants from India, also from our previous speakers, on how ESG related strategies and related standards and regulations put increasing emphasis on sustainability for brands. And today, as our last speaker, we'll have René Arnold. He is the Vice President in the Corporate Communication Department for Huawei, who will walk us through the company's efforts in sustainability and how it strengthens its brands through this effort. So it will be concrete first-hand report on how ESG is basically contributing to the better branding for such a global brand as Huawei. René, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Farouk. It's great to see you, even remotely, and as well as your colleagues. I'm very happy to join this panel today, and well, with a view to the time, I would say I jump right into my short presentation that I prepared for today, and I will walk you through some of the things that Huawei is doing as part of our CSR program and capabilities. For us, as a big international technology brand, everything centers and revolves around our main mission, which is bring digital to every person, home, and organization for a fully connected, intelligent world. And that is also what's underpinning our global CSR efforts. And those stretch, as you can see, across most of the SDGs as defined by the United Nations, and they cover, first and foremost, digital inclusion. That means both on the connectivity front, meaning connecting more and more people who are yet to be connected to the internet, mostly in the rural and very remote parts of this planet. But also it means to bring the digital skills to the people who need them to make the most of the new technologies that they have access to. It is about security and trustworthiness, so that we have the means, capabilities, and also, of course, enable our customers to protect the privacy and the security of their customers and their end users. It is about environmental protection, both in terms of our own products, as well as the wider industries and verticals that we enable through our technologies. And last but not least, it is about health and harmonious ecosystems that we have with our partners, but also caring for the planet and the employment, very much as the previous speaker has pointed out. In all of that, as you can already see at the bottom of this last slide, but more in a bit more detail in this particular one, it is not just about us, it is about valuable partners like UNIDO, with whom we've recently joined hands for the AIM Global Alliance, which focuses on the use of AI in manufacturing and industries, but also other international UN organizations like UNESCO, like the ITU. We're a proud member of the GSMA. We work with various foundations, as well as NGOs and a vast selection of universities to promote this CSR and environmental and sustainability effort. Now, let me quickly talk you through the four major domains of our Tech for All brand, which is the umbrella brand or the umbrella initiative for our CSR project that covers education, environment, health, and development. And I will just very briefly present you an example for each of those, and then I will already wrap up my presentation for today. Now, for education, we do many things, but I found one of the most recent examples, I think one of the most interesting to share with you. That is a project where we connect and boost the English learning in primary schools with 5G in South Africa. That has already reached more than 90 schools and more than 52,000 beneficiaries in terms of pupils. That, I think, also sums up quite nicely the way that we think about our technology as an enabler and as a combination, as an ecosystem of the devices, the networks, but also the digital skills that you require to use them to the maximum benefit. The second part, when we're talking about environment, here we have, again, coming from the branding perspective, another sub-brand of the Tech for All brand. That is the Tech for Nature initiative, where we partner with various NGOs in, I think at the moment we are covering 18 countries in total, with various ways and implementations of devices that safeguard biodiversity in many different environments. And why we're particularly proud of this is also because it serves the purpose of a circular economy idea. In many of those cases, we're actually using outdated old smartphones that we equip with solar panels, and they are either put in the canopy of the trees or in other locations where they constantly monitor for specific sounds from animals or sounds of illegal activities like logging or poaching, and then they alert the rangers or the police force in that area to pay attention to these developments, so that ultimately the lives of the animals and the biodiversity in that region is saved. Inclusive healthcare is another big topic for Huawei C as our program. One example here is the, I think, very important issue or the concern and fact that many young children have to live with or are born with visual impairments, which is, especially in developing countries, very hard to spot sometimes. And our devices and technology, through the help of AI, supports the nurses or the staff in the field in recognizing those impairments and developing and implementing the right mitigation efforts. So a lot of the suffering of those children as they grow older and as they become adults can actually be remedied. And last but not least, as I mentioned before, and here I'm trying to close the loop to digital inclusiveness and digital inclusion. Connecting the unconnected. Remote really does not mean out of reach. We have a specially designed antenna equipment. It's called our Rural Star antenna, which can, even in the most remote areas, provide connectivity to the internet for many communities. And we have rolled out this technology in more than 70 countries. And so far, more than 60 million people have benefited from it. As a matter of fact, this technology is also instrumental in a recent pledge that we have done to another UN organization, the ITU, under their Partner to Connect program, where we have pledged to connect more than 120 million people newly to the internet, especially in remote and rural areas across 80 countries. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very successful rest of the event.
Thank you very much, René. Thank you for joining us at this time where you are now. Just for the sake of time, and thank you for sharing the time management responsibility with me today. I think we a little bit run out of time, but I think you would agree that we received a wealth of knowledge, of good experience, that all this presentation we saw that could inspire us for really actionable insights towards meaningful and lasting impact. And please, if you agree with that, please join me with giving a round of warm applause to our distinguished panelists. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Farouk. Unfortunately, we're running a little bit behind time, 10 minutes, so I think we have to make it up. So I want to ask Alexander Fatsekas, please, to come up. He will moderate the next panel, which is a very crucial panel, because as I said in my introduction, brands can be used to finance companies and should be used. The panel will talk about alternative financing to strengthen brands' impact and value. Alexander, please.
So, a very warm welcome, everyone. My name is Alexander Fatsekas, and I'm thrilled to be moderating the panel today on alternative financing to strengthen brands' impact and value. So, in the ever-evolving business landscape, the role of alternative finance methods has become increasingly vital for the companies seeking to maximize the potential. Therefore, we will have a little open discussion about the intriguing intersection of finance, technology, and branding, exploring how innovative strategies can impact companies and their brands in this digital age. Each of our panelists brings a wealth of experience and expertise in the fields of finance, technology, and investments. So without further ado, let me introduce our esteemed panelists. Herbert Kova, partner at Deloitte Tax. Cindy Alicia Abigail, technical coordinator of the Impact Fund for the UN Development Program, as well as Daniel Horak, co-founder and co-CEO at Conda Crowd Investing. So let's start with hearing from each of them some insights and experiences from their journey which brought them here. We'll begin with Ms. Abigail, followed by Mr. Kovar, and finishing with Mr. Horak. So can we switch to... Yeah.
Thank you. We wait for Abigail.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Abigail?
Yes, please allow me to start. I hope you can hear my speaker. I have a presentation that I can show to everyone. First of all, very happy to be here to share a little bit of insights on how, particularly for impact management for business sustainability. So again, in a world where sustainable investments is growing and more demand for companies that have impact or sustainable integration in their management as well as business processes, it's very important to highlight why measuring impact and also managing your impact as a business is very vital for sustainability. And so today I'll be using the case of our recently concluded Blue Finance Accelerator program, which was also done in support from UNIDO, to illustrate how impact management frameworks as well as tools have been utilized by our alumni to not only measure impact, but in building a narrative as well as accessing alternative financing. So rather than just traditional financing or investments, more towards impact investments as well as blended finance. So I'll just go share very briefly as well into the scope of where this project or where these activities are happening. We are from the Innovative Financing Lab, which was established back in 2018 by UNDP Indonesia. And we work alongside various partners to design as well as implement new innovative financing instruments, such as in the realms of Islamic blended finance, climate and sustainable finance, as well as social impact investing. And the program under which we work together with UNIDO is under the Assist Joint Program. And we are here to support the Indonesian government to meet its SDG targets by taking proven as well as new innovative financing instruments to scale pre and post transactional as well as technical assistance to develop innovative financing instruments and to support in capacity building as well. And some of the areas that we work includes issuing bonds such as blue bonds, thematic green bonds as well. We aim to also increase green and SDG-linked loans and our work within impact funds in building their capacity and pipelining startups as well. So allow me to first set the context. Currently, the global sustainable investment market is quite large, and it has shown an increase for the past 2 years by 15%. So now it's about 35.3 trillion back in 2020. And sustainable investments market itself has increased by 55% in the past 4 years. In terms of how much transactions are currently taking place, it shows consistently that investments are going into impact-oriented companies and projects, or those who are aligned to the SDGs. And in 2022, there's about $82 billion of impact investors that's collectively invested in those companies and projects. And we can also say that recent global developments, macro events have greatly influenced the investment focuses as well as strategies that puts towards the outlook towards sustainability. Firstly, with the SDGs, the 2030 Agenda, which sets a good framework for countries in sustainable and economic development and growth. The Paris Agreement back in 2016, which is a driving force for many state-based legislations to limit greenhouse gas emissions and set net zero targets, and a few other macro events that also sort of influence investor confidence in terms of going more towards sustainability, not just traditional ways of financing, including climate crisis, COVID-19 pandemic, food security, and so forth. Particularly for the Indonesia context, our reports from one of the platforms here estimates that there's about 120 investments that amounts to 250 to 300 million US dollars were made by impact investors and co-invested by mainstream investors with a median ticket size of about 2.5 to 3 million US dollars. And from our side, UNDP, we try to utilize impact measurement management as a framework to help companies, SMEs, to measure their impacts more effectively and efficiently, and to be able to continuously successfully articulate their impacts to investors, development partners, and other relevant stakeholders. Again, because the ecosystem of sustainable financing has been so large now, more and more alternative pathways towards financing has become prevalent. And we also take into consideration the SDG impact standards, which was developed by UNDP. And these standards are also used as reference and tools by enterprises as management standards. And these are helped to guide businesses to embed sustainability and SDGs at the core of internal management as well as decision-making processes. So the framework itself, impact measurement management, has a few steps to which we help to guide the startups within our networks. Firstly, we try to help them in understanding impact. What is impact and why do we have to measure it? And how does it relate to the Sustainable Development Goals? Secondly, more on creating impact. How do I, as a startup, try to refine my impact goal, my theory of change for business, identify what problems that I'm trying to solve for, and which SDGs that we're contributing to? And measuring impact. With the metrics that we have, how do we map them out, align with a theory of change? And lastly, on pitching the impact. How do we pitch impact to investors? How to integrate metrics into pitches, and how to stay accountable as well as transparent when we're reporting to our investors, to stakeholders. So the case that I'm going to use today, again, is the Blue Finance Accelerator. And this program, I'm just going to give a brief overview, was to address the need for sustainable blue infrastructure and economy development in Indonesia, as well as to enhance our government's commitment to the 2030 agenda. So the unique point about this accelerator program, it has two tracks, the accelerator, which is the startups and the SMEs that we have, as well as the government track, which are government units, as well as allied ministries. And the BFA aims to accelerate the growth of local startups and SMEs in addressing the solutions to Indonesia's blue sectors. It's quite unique in the fact that we've included SMEs here, into which we help them try to connect to alternative financing. So rather than just equity, but there's also blended financing, which combines grants or loans or microequity as well. And this particular program shows very much effective multi-agency cooperation, as well as support from the UNIDO team here in Indonesia. And we've been able to tap in coastal-based SMEs who have impact aligned to the SDGs. Just sharing a bit of our cohort overview. So the selected cohort that we have were active in the sectors such as sustainable aquaculture, fisheries, waste management, etc. And they have a lot of focus on beneficiaries such as fishermen, shrimp, and seaweed farmers. And some of these companies were also sourced from existing UNIDO network in Lombok. The startups that we have, the SMEs that we have, show great impacts in terms of waste pollution. They've served over 600 collection partners. They've also recycled more than 5,000 tons of ocean-bound waste products, including 400,000 kilograms of plastics. In aquaculture and fisheries, our cohort has helped to increase harvest by 20%, using 40% of less energy. And in coastal development, our cohort has also provided clean water access for about 3,500 people from 8 villages in East Nusa Tenggara Island. So how does impact measurement or management help brands become more sustainable? Here are some of the examples that I can share. This is from our cohort in the Blue Finance Accelerator, Banu. So they effectively use data for their overall business impact management and sustainability strategies overall. And so what they did is they identified which SDG indicators that they're going to contribute to. They defined key business and impact metrics to track. And to ensure transparency and accountability of how these indicators will be tracked, they've also just inputted how they're going to be tracking these as a way of transparent reporting. And so they have also used impact measurement management, the tool, and in refining their metrics to pitch to investors who use the data to make an informed decision. Another example I can share is from one of our other alumni from previous programs. They're called Sahati Telecpg, and they're a medical tech startup that aims to provide equal healthcare service to improve maternal health and empower midwives. And during this time, Sahati piloted their Telecpg device in community health centers, which proved to be vital in maternal and infant health service, as Kupang district does not have any appropriate health centers. Sahati credits the use of IMM as a tool to help them effectively reach their target goals, assess their products and services effectiveness as well as efficiency. And they also use IMM framework within research as a tool to raise awareness of their company and their contributions to impact. So those are some of the ways where measuring your impact, managing your impact sustainably will sort of help you not only by yourself in accountability, but also in effectively communicating to your investors, to your public peers, to different stakeholders as well. Last but not least, the crux of it all, why impact measurement management? There's 3 that I can share very greatly here to you all. First and foremost, the sector demand is growing, especially for sustainable developments, sustainable investments. And in finding businesses that have impact aligned to the SDGs is becoming more prevalent and relatively easier. And it's been known that sustainable funds have outperformed traditional funds, especially during COVID-19 pandemic. And there's relevant data as well that shows impact investments can also achieve market rate returns. So the thinking that impact first investments does not give you market rate returns is not entirely true. And there's concrete data that supports this. The second reason why impact measurement management is quite important to consider for businesses' sustainability is it also helps to show contributions to global and national priorities. So, for example, in Indonesia, we've also had the net zero emission roadmap. We've had the blue financing strategy, and the Ministry of National Development Planning has also developed the SDG dashboard, which is also voluntary, into which businesses and startups can report their impact to the government to show the government's commitment to the 2030 agenda. And last but not least, it helps to improve overall business sustainability in terms of we can communicate and be accountable to investors, customers, as well as public audiences. And it's not just from the supply side, which is the investors, but also on the demand side to help build awareness and capacity to effectively and efficiently contribute to SDGs. So to at least have a comprehensive assessment of impact investments, to avoid SDG washing, refining relevant metrics as well as indicators, and reporting impact in a holistic and accountable way. So thanks so much, everyone. It's my short presentation and hope that it was informative. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions or queries in my email. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Abigail. My next panelist will be Mr. Kovar. I would like to ask for a little introduction and a little some insights in your journey which brought you here, as well as some more information into the captivating world of cryptography, tokenizations and NFTs, and how brands can be harnessed for the potential of blockchain and assets to finance companies in this challenging world.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure being here. Gerhard, thank you so much that I have the opportunity to be invited here at Brand Global Summit, which is really, I would say, a landmark, a worldwide landmark regarding brands. Thank you so much. And I had the pleasure in the last 10 years, I think, to join you. And it's interesting how this brand theme developed. So I myself, I'm leading tax and legal of Deloitte here in Austria, and I'm assisting international companies since more than 25 years in finding the right structures for IP, for immaterial property. So you have two kinds of immaterial property. One side is technology, which is patents. The other side is brand. And it's interesting, if you ask me now about the volume of technological IP and brands, it's much more the brands. And it's interesting as regards my client in the last 25 years, and also the clients of Deloitte on a global basis, and also as regards stock-listed companies, the companies who have well-established brands were always better off than the competitors. And what's the reason for that? The reason is, if you have a well-established brand, then it means also in times of crisis, times of disruption, you're better off regarding your stakeholders. It's, in the first instance, the stakeholders are financing entities. That could be banks, but that could be also equity investors. Because the view on that is, if you have a well-established brands, then you know that the future cash flow which will be generated will be sustainable. And that means you get better conditions, better access to financing markets. But what developed in the last, I would say, 5 to 7 years is, it's not only the stakeholder, the financing institutions, it's also the HR market. Because what we see, especially in developed countries, that we have a labor shortage. And companies have really to fight for employees. And that means you need also employer branding. Yeah? You need a brand who attracts the people in order to have people, yeah, to fulfill your services, to perform, and on the other side to attract your clients and your customers. And interesting, not only from the view of the clients and the customers, but also regarding the employees. And now we come to sustainability in the second sense. You will not make the race if you do greenwashing. You have to be authentic. That means if you have a brand, and if your brand wants to communicate sustainability, then this has to be a real authentic package, which means in the end, you will attract the employees. They see you are doing what you're promising, and also the financing partners. So that's the secret from my perspective. And coming now to NFT, tokenization, and so on, you know, if you look at global accounting standards, if US accounting standards, European accounting standards, the point is that it's very hard to finance self-developed immaterial property, self-developed IP. And in the end, a brand who is generated and expanded and developed by a company is something which is self-developed, which is not it's not an asset in the balance sheet, which means it's not possible that your bank or that this asset is pledged for your bank. But there's a way to do it. The point is you form so-called IP companies, let's say a company which owns the brand. And if this company is owning the brand, it is part of the group, then you can pledge the receivables of that company towards the operating entities. Let's say you have a company A. The company A is using the brand, doing the operate business, selling products or selling services, and has to pay license fees to the IP company containing the brand. And that means the IP company has receivables towards the operating company out of this royalty agreement. And these are exactly the receivables you can pledge at the bank, and that means you can collateralize your brand. And this is then interesting because what you can do as regards NFT and tokenization and so on, then you can find investors for that company. Yeah? And NFT and tokenization is then a way how they can invest in that company. And that's the IP, that's the brand company. Yeah? That's a short introduction for that. Yeah.
Thank you. On the other hand, we have now Mr. Horak, which is one of the pioneers, if I would say, of the crowd investing in Austria. Please give us a little introduction of your journey here and how crowdfunding can help SMEs and their brands grow in these times.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the invitation. As you can see, it's my first time here, so I missed the dress code, sorry for that. But I'm really glad to be here and to share a bit of the knowledge and about the experience of the last 10 years where we started Conda and where we started the journey of crowdfunding. So I'm an entrepreneur for more than 15, 16 years, and when I started my first company, the biggest challenge was to get funding. So back then, there was no ecosystem in Austria for fundraising for startups and small and medium enterprises. So we ended up in failing and shutting down the company, and that was one of the main reasons 10 years ago when we started Conda. And what we do with Conda is we have a platform, an equity crowdfunding platform, where every one of you can invest into small and medium enterprises, into startups. And we've heard previously some really interesting things regarding brands as well as SDGs and how important those things are for companies, because the cool thing is on our platform, and just to give you a few numbers, we started 10 years ago, as I said, and back then we raised within 6-7 months 70,000 euros for one company, which is quite a while. Last year we had the chance to raise 80 million euros within 1 year, and the fastest campaign was, I think, 12 million euros in 1 day. So you see the acceptance on a broad range of really small investors, because as I said, it starts at 100 euros. It's really growing, and the demand is growing also on the side of the small and medium enterprises. And what's really interesting, especially for the last 3-4 years, is the two things which we heard previously. On the one hand side, everything regarding SDGs and impactful companies. On the other hand side, brands, strong brands, that those two factors are two of the main factors for companies which want to raise money through crowdfunding platforms to successfully raise funds. So on the one hand side, what we've seen, and we did research with 1,200 of our investors, we did a research on what's their appetite in investing and what are the key things they want to get as investment opportunities. And on the top 3 of their criteria in deciding where to invest were SDG connected topics. So we see that the investors' appetite on, even though a platform where the broad range of investors is investing, the main thing is not their interest rate. The main thing is do good and have impact with my investment. So that's something which we are really curious about how this will evolve in the future. And secondly, we see that strong brands have a much easier way on accessing money through such platforms because brand builds trust, brands build value. And for those reasons, that's, for example, one of the most successful campaigns on our platform, which is Falkensteiner Group. So maybe the people from Austria, which are here, have stayed in some of their hotels. It's a group based in Austria. They have, I think, almost 50 hotels in Central Europe. And they use crowdfunding as one part of the corporate financing structure. And they were able, within the last 12 months, to raise 25 million euros through a crowdfunding platform, which we are running for them. And the interesting part there is that they, even though it decided to run the crowdfunding platform under their brand, so all of their guests, all of the people which are staying at the hotel could invest in the hotel where they are staying, so to get a real deep connection to their clients. And on the other side, they make clients to investors and investors to clients, which is a great combination of fundraising and getting a strong customer retention. So these two things, and that's great that we have that topic. These two things are also on our platform, the main things where we always foster and emphasize companies which want to raise money through a platform as ours to focus on how they measure impact, how they also pitch impact to investors through our platform, and on the other side, how they develop and communicate their brand, because those two things are the success factors. And I think we can prove by numbers that those companies with strong brands could raise significant more money than companies which do not take care of their brand. And I think that's one of the key outcomes which we have based on the last 10 years.
Thank you very much. So coming to a conclusion for this discussion, I want to thank the two of you and, of course, Ms. Abigail, for sharing these valuable insights with us. And I want to encourage all of you to use the upcoming lunch break for further exchanges about the opportunities of alternative finance and the respective ventures. Thank you very much.
Yeah, super. Thank you, Alexander. I think this is very great because I started this morning when I talked about the values of the brands. I showed how valuable these global brands and these brands are in our studies and rankings. And now that you say you can really collateralize that and you see this result, I think this is a very, very strong message, and it's encouraging also our way, Farouk. We want to democratize brands and brand investment. So such platforms would be good partners for our programs, maybe also for this brand global exchange, because we also, not just bring prosperity to the regions, we want to democratize brands and ownership of brands and financing of brands, and this is one very important example. As Herbert said, there are the two intangibles, patents and brands. We know that brands account for about 40% of the company value, depending on which industry you are. On average, it's 40%. Industry is 10%, and maybe luxury is 80%. What do you think patents are of the company value? How many percent it is? Give me a guess.
5.
Who said that? Me. True, 4%. You're good. He knows his business. He's good. He knows that brands bring more value than patents. It's true. On average, 4%. Very good. So what Herbert said, when you have an innovation, and even if you have a patent, you should put a brand on it, because a brand lasts forever. Or you can renew a brand forever. There are brands which are 200 years old already. A patent only lasts 20 years, but in reality, the successor patent comes after 5 to 8 years. So please put a brand on your innovation. Is what Herbert said from the tax part and from the performance part, but also for the financing, it's very important for success. Yeah, super, Alexander. You made up the time. It's fantastic. You're a wonderful moderator. The panel was great.
Thank you very much.
So we're a little bit more early for the lunch break, which is good. What we have in the lunch break? We have outside, we have coffee and cake. And when you go to the fourth floor, there is the buffet where you can eat a little bit more and get drinks. We come back here at 13:45. We continue then with the keynote challenges for brands in a fast-changing world from Natalia Ferencikova. Now, please enjoy the lunch break, and we come back at 1:45. Thank you. Yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the lunch break. Welcome on your screens and devices and here in the room. I have the pleasure and honor now to announce the keynote speaker of this afternoon, Natalia Ferenčíková, a lawyer by Lansky Ganska and partner, one of our partners in this event. Please, Natalia.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, dear guests, I stand here before you today to address a topic of particular importance, and that's brands for impact. In our fast-changing world, brands face numerous challenges that require them to adapt, be innovative, and strategize effectively. Before we get into the subject itself, I would like to remind you of a timeless quote by Charles Darwin, which says, "It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change." This quote highlights the importance for brands facing challenges in the rapidly changing world and emphasizes the essence of adaptability and responsiveness to change. My name is Natalia Ferenčíková. I'm attorney at law at Lansky Ganska Good Attorneys in Vienna, and it's an honor for me to be with you today here. Let me tell you a success story of a brand first. Once upon a time, in a modern metropolis, there was a famous brand which was already known for the innovative products. However, the world around this brand was changing rapidly. New startups were sprouting like wildflowers with great innovative ideas. The digital landscape was also changing rapidly, and the brand found itself suddenly facing challenges that required immediate action and attention. The global climate crisis and other environmental challenges have become a central topic that made consumers look for products that were sustainable and environmentally responsible. The brand immediately recognized the need to align their strategies with the growing concern for our planet. They started a mission to improve their manufacturing process, choosing sustainable suppliers, opting for renewable resources, and thus committing to reduce their environmental impact. Social responsibility was another goal that the brand wanted to conquer. The brand realized that business success is not just about making profits, but also about making a positive impact on our society and the planet. The brand procured that fair wages, safe working conditions, and complying to labor laws will be ensured through the supply chains at any times. They also acknowledge that being transparent about their business practices and policies and the impact on the society builds trust among the customers. However, the challenges that the brand had to face didn't end here. The digital age demands constant innovation, and digital transformation has become a necessary strategy for businesses to remain competitive. The brand realized that it is important to stay ahead in the tech race. They invested money and time to develop technology-based solutions. By using new technologies, the brand was able to understand the customer needs better than ever before. By using digital platforms, the brand has discovered new ways of how to interact with their customers more effectively. Despite the numerous challenges and obstacles this brand had to face, their perseverance paid off at the end of the day. By embracing the fast-changing world, they had not only saved their brand, but also became a pioneer in setting new trends in the modern era. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this story is an example of how every brand can succeed despite the numerous challenges introduced by the fast-changing world, as long as they remain responsible, innovative, and committed to create a positive impact on our society and the planet. Let's talk more generally now. We are now facing, nowadays we are facing environmental challenges of unpredictable magnitude. Climate change is the biggest challenge of our times, and it can only be addressed by a global response. The Green Deal is the European Union's answer to the ongoing climate crisis. All member states of the European Union committed to turn Europe into the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. In order to achieve this goal, emissions must be reduced in all industry sectors. These changes shall bring many benefits, from creating new opportunities for innovation, investment, green jobs, to improving, of course, our health and well-being. Embracing the principles of the Green Deal is not just a choice, it's obligatory for brands to make a long-lasting impact. Another fundamental tool for helping to achieve the EU's sustainability goals, in particular those set out in the Green Deal, is the so-called EU taxonomy regulation, adopted in 2020, which is a classification system designed to determine whether an economic activity of a company is green or environmentally sustainable. The EU taxonomy regulation sets a clear framework within the European Union which defines when a company's business activity is sustainable or environmentally friendly, based on 6 different environmental objectives, such as climate change mitigation, pollution prevention and control, or sustainable use and protection of water and marine resources. To be classified as sustainable economic activity, according to this regulation, a company must not only comply with one of the environmental objectives, but must also ensure that it doesn't violate the remaining ones. The EU taxonomy regulation shall guide investors and stakeholders to invest in truly sustainable brands. It's like setting a compass on the right path, steering us towards sustainability and environmental responsibility. Hence, brands will be encouraged to align their activities with the EU taxonomy regulation in order to be recognized as environmentally conscious, which can not only improve their reputation and customer perception, but will also facilitate accessing green financing in order to improve their environmental performance. In today's digital age, the digital transformation of brands is more than necessary. The digital space offers great opportunities to spread the brand's message, reach a global audience, and foster positive change. Digital transformation is not just about staying relevant. A brand's digital footprint has the power to influence, inspire, and educate. Staying updated with the rapidly evolving technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, or augmented reality is essential to remain competitive and offer innovative solutions to the customers. Artificial intelligence has emerged as a transformative force in modern business, and its potential to positively impact brands is revolutionary. By using tools powered by artificial intelligence, brands can better understand consumer preferences, behaviors, and trends, enable them to tailor their products and services accordingly. So, in conclusion, this summit stands as a testament to our collective decision to create a world where brands aren't just entities driven by profit, but a guiding light for a positive change. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us together be the change we want to see in the world. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you, Natalia. Yes, brands are a testament and guide for positive change. Thank you very much. Now we come to the next panel. We also want to talk about women leadership a little bit. So, and I think this connects quite well, brands' impact on digital transformation and women. I want to ask now our moderator of this panel, Francine Belei. She's founder and digital strategist at Nucleus for Change. Francine, please.
Thank you very much. It's really, really a pleasure to be here again today, 2 years after, or 3 years actually, after I was in this, on this podium. And really, thank you and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. We had a very rich morning and insight this morning, would you agree? And where we learn a lot about branding when it comes to innovation, finance, big impact. And now there is a missing link, right? And the missing link is women. So, obviously, we are not going to leave this event without talking about women and digitalization, which actually have the distinct privilege of moderating this panel and delving into a topic that really resonates deeply with my work and today's rapidly evolving digital landscape. So, on this panel, which is titled Brands' Impact on Digital Transformation and Women, we are going to touch on the intersection of branding, digital transformation, and women. So we are going to actually do this with some distinguished panel, and Gerard introduced me just before. Quickly, I'm going to tell you who I am. My name is Francine Belei, and I'm a digital strategist and founder of Nucleus of Change, and I'm based in London. But I work internationally in Africa, in Europe, and in US. And I am on a mission, actually, to empower purpose-driven leaders, and women specifically, to actually increase their visibility, their trust, and impact through the power of personal branding. I think Farouk mentioned that this morning. We need to talk about personal branding even more. And also something called employee advocacy. So, and I'm deeply, deeply honored, actually, to have these three distinguished experts today, each of them bring a unique perspective to this critical conversation that we're going to have. And on the stage, we already have our speaker, Cecilia Ugaz Estrada, who is a UNIDO gender expert, Director of Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women Office and Special Advisor. So she will unveil the findings of the report, Gender, Digital Transformation and Artificial Intelligence. So she's going to shed the light on this transformative power of technology through a gender lens. And then following this, we'll dive into women entrepreneurship and digital. And now I'm going to ask LK Pichula to come to join us on the floor. And LK is an entrepreneur and director of Magnolia Tree, an organization that supports leaders in and for non-for-profit organization and social enterprise, human dignity and inclusion. So she will share her invaluable insight on what stereotype threat is. You are in for a treat. So, and then last but not least, I have Monica Rasek. I think that I'm pronouncing it well. Yes, Rasek. She is going to explore the powerful realm of employer branding and women. And Monica is the CEO of Admiral Casino and Entertainment, a seasoned expert who has evolved in a male-dominated industry. She will share the importance of positive brand image that promotes diversity and inclusion. So each of these topics are really a thread into what we're going to do now. So without further ado, I will ask our first speaker, Cecilia Estrada, who will present the UNIDO report Gender, Digital Transformation and Artificial Intelligence. Please take it away. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think it's a very hard task, actually, to speak to you after lunch. So I beg for your indulgence. I will try to speak, the shorter and kind of, focused as possible. And as I was introduced, I am the director of the gender unit at UNIDO. And it's a great pleasure to be here with you. Ladies and gentlemen and colleagues from the panel, as you probably know, it is UNIDO's vision that both women and men should lead, participate, and benefit from industrial development. It is also UNIDO's role to really support our member states to face the increasing transformation that is taking place in the industrial sector over recent years, especially everything that is related with digitalization and artificial intelligence. So our role is also sort of that our member states can navigate these transitions in a most gender equitable and transformative way. So actually this is going to be like a little bit of, the subject of my talk. As you probably all know, industry is really a male-dominated sector. Currently only about 38% of the workers in industry are women. You can tell me it's not too bad. Okay, it could be better. But one of the most striking features is that women are actually concentrated, usually in low technically intensive sectors. Textile, leather, apparel, things that although they are increasingly transforming themselves, they are still considered low tech. What history shows us, and also that comes from the first industrial revolution, and we are now in the fourth, is that usually when a sector becomes more intensive in technology, women labor force tends to be displaced, and the sector yet become even more male-dominated. So this is what is currently happening or could potentially happen now, with this whole transformation of the industry because of the fourth industrial revolution and artificial intelligence. So one of the main messages, I think, and one of the main ideas underlying the report that was commissioned by UNIDO was precisely to prevent us from staying business as usual. Technological development can really have a huge potential in order to make the industrial sector more sustainable and more inclusive, but business as usual will not take us there. So the first thing that actually the report does is precisely have this little bit of a description of the current gender gaps that are actually prevalent in the whole tech sector, if you want. The second thing that it tries to do is to map a little bit in numerous initiatives. It's okay. We can be. I had forgotten I had a PowerPoint, sorry. This is not working. To you? Yeah, okay. So I'm in the introduction, by the way, don't worry. I didn't go too far. And basically try to map a certain number of initiatives that are currently taking place around the world in order to be able to address or to face, these gender gaps. And finally, basically what the report tries to do is also to give us some recommendations. I just have to make not a disclaimer, but an acknowledgement that this report was coordinated by the Digital Transformation and Artificial Intelligence Strategies Division and the Gender Unit, and was prepared by Professor Hilde Corneliussen from Western Norway Research Institute and by Jennifer Castañeda Navarrete from Cambridge University. Okay. So what are the gender gaps that we are currently actually witnessing increasingly, in the tech sector around the world? Yeah. So the first one is that women have less access than men to the internet. So 8.4% worldwide and over 30% in LDCs. Also, women have less access than men to mobile phones, particularly in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. This basically reflects think we are there. This basically reflects actually a problem with infrastructure. In many developing countries, connectivity, access to tools like mobile phones or computers is really something that is not that evident as we can really foresee in the developed world, or even in middle-income countries. So this can really become a physical barrier for women to access or be properly connected and access to the digital world. The other thing that is also important is that these tools sometimes are not affordable. And in many countries, in many situations, women are not necessarily in command of financial resources. And yet, in parentheses, and this is a methodological barrier to analyze the whole situation of women in the digital world, is the fact that in many cases, contracts that are done for mobile phone users, for instance, are not done by women themselves, but are done by their partners or the male colleagues, or you name it. So they are not really under the name of women. So it's very difficult to know exactly how many women have access, for instance, to cell phones, especially in developing countries. The other sets of gaps that the report could sort of reveal is that women are less likely than men to have programming skills. In average 40% worldwide, and the gap is the widest in Western and Eastern Europe and Africa, and the lowest in the Pacific region. Something else that is also probably not that surprising is that in tertiary education, women represent only 30% of graduates from ICT and 28% in engineering, manufacturing, and construction graduates. Western European countries have the lowest female shares. This is what is called the gender equality paradox. You may be surprised because also, UNESCO databases in terms of enrolling and graduation in what we call STEM careers are, kind of powerfully showing that increasingly women are graduating from these technologically driven education careers, for instance. The main problem that happens is their access to the labor market. And this is something that we can discuss about. Also, what is quite paradoxical, and I think that's why it's called the gender equality paradox, is that in many high-income countries, women are not that present in these technological careers. And this is very, very contradictory. And the numbers are quite powerful. Some explanation is like, in this context and in these cases, although there are all the conditions that really would support the insertion of women on these labor markets, especially related to engineering and STEM in general, the problem is that there are still norms that prevent women from really accessing the jobs and really staying and making careers in these topics. Another set of gender gaps is that fewer women than men work in occupations that are relevant to the digital transformation. So actually one woman every three jobs. So, and no correlation, as I mentioned before, between female graduates and representation in the labor market is found. Fewer women than men participate in technology startups. Men are three times more likely to own business, and in the and to own business, and the median funding for female-led businesses is 65% of the median funding for the male-led ones. So we have also a barrier in terms of funding. No, it doesn't want to go. Okay, so if we really try to sort of map in a bit more concrete way, what is it exactly that is hindering women's ability to benefit from digital transformation, we can really cluster it into three different possibilities. So women as technology users, women as technology learners, and women as technology developers, employees, and entrepreneurs. So what are the main barriers, for instance, affecting women as technology users? First of all is the limited and inadequate services and infrastructure, especially in rural areas in developing countries, as we were talking before. The issues of connectivity, availability of computers, cell phones, etc. The other consideration is the constrained access to and control over financial resources to afford digital technologies, but also to afford any kind of decision that has to do with their incorporation to the labor market in the technological sectors. The digital skill gaps that we referred to before, and the gender bias in research and design. I think for none of us is a surprise to learn that in many cases, men have been for a long time the norm in many of the innovations that are taking place in the digital sector. So I don't know, I tend to feel that I am a martyr of the seat belts in the cars. Now it has improved, but it used to be really done for people who were kind of taller than somebody like me. And there are many other things. I mean, women are less protected, for instance, when it comes to protective equipment when they are working, for instance, in industrial usines. So there are lots of things that are sort of a little bit evolving, but as a matter of fact have been a hindrance for a long time to women trying to be technology users. Women as technology learners, there is a whole issue of gender, but not only gender. I mean, there is a kind of intersecting kind of, if you want, discriminations that can operate together in order to become a real barrier. And one of them is ethnicity. So there is a real bias and a stereotype that make that technology and engineering are men domains. And I think we have heard of. We used to hear, I heard it when I was younger, that engineering was not a career for women. What is it that you are going to be doing in a new scene? So I think these things are little by little because societies are evolving, but they still remain a very important constraint for women that really want to follow their vocation, if there is a vocation that they really want to continue working on technology sectors. And women as technology developers, both as employees and entrepreneurs, there is a gender bias in recruitment and promotion. And this is something that is very pervasive and is really been extensively documented, in particular in management journals. The results of interviews are not the same when they are personal or when they are basically blind. So this is something that we have to be very aware of, especially for some of you who are probably in command of enterprises and are really dealing with recruitment processes. Unbalanced gender distribution of unpaid work, that's a barrier all over the world for women that really want to devote more time to their careers. I mean, we have a significant amount of time that is really devoted to care work, which nobody else will do except women. Unfortunately, this is changing because also society is evolving and men are also chipping into this kind of tasks. And employees and enterprises are also allowing more flexibility for both men and women in order to be able to have a better work-life balance. But these things are still being a bit more on women's shoulders. Limited access to credit and capital. This is extensively documented in the report. I invite you to have a look to that. And less networking opportunities and role models. It is very important that also women can identify with successful role models and they can see that they can really make careers in these domains. So just going to the content very shortly on the content of the report, basically the idea here was to do a sort of mapping, both desk reviews but also interviews, trying to summarize the results of 152 initiatives that try to support all over the world women participation in digital transformation and artificial intelligence. This information comes from all over the world. They come from private sector, they come from public sector, but mostly from international organizations. So the whole idea here was, let's try to figure out what it is that is happening so we can really compile that, and also in order to build up from what is already happening and we know. Because I think it's very important also that we base our efforts as UNIDO on things that are already evolving and not trying to say, reinvent the wheel all the time. So let me just refer to the main recommendations that we are showing in this report. The first one that is important to expand initiatives to reduce gender digital skills beyond coding. There is lots of emphasis at the moment that lack of ICT training in particular means programming and coding. And there are also many other aspects of digital transformation that offer careers and need particular training that is probably not being offered to women. So name cloud computing, Internet of Things, and even all the different domains inside artificial intelligence that could possibly be subjects or topics for training for women are not necessarily offered in a wide scale. The second recommendation is that women face barriers to participate in digital fields throughout their lives. I would say throughout the life cycle. we have what we have, and you're probably familiar with this, it's the leaking pipe. You know, women start, well, they have their careers on tech sectors, they come very successfully, are recruited, they start working, then they initiate families, or for other personal reasons, they basically just disappear from the labor market. And this means that even if you want, or you have a very appropriate, let's say, social security cover, that means that you can take maternity leave for 1 or 2 years. This means that during these 2 years, especially in such rapidly evolving sectors, you will need retraining after that. And this is something that we need to offer. We need to offer to men, of course, but we need to offer also to women, because it's very important that they don't miss out in their own careers because they are having, you know, this kind of life cycle obligation, if you want, or activities that they prefer to perform. I think the issue of long life training is also very important, because it has been already documented in the Industrial Development Report that UNIDO produced in 2020, that women face an increased probability of losing jobs out of automation. And the explanation is very simple. As I was saying before, women are basically concentrated in low-tech activities, and these low-tech activities are very likely to be automized in the future. So if we don't retrain these women, we are going to lose them, and we're going to destroy women employment in industry. And this is something that, as UNIDO, we are really trying to fight against. The third recommendation I would like to mention is that women are underrepresented among learners, users, and developers of technology. Equal participation of women and men in teams and leadership positions should ensure diversity, and this is very, very good for enterprises, and is very good for technology, because technology is supposed to cater better for all the users, and this is very good for demand as well. So we actually need to increase the participation of women at all levels of technology development, be it as developers, but it also be as team leaders. The whole issue of multi-stakeholders, I think we need to have a multi-stakeholder approach. Each stakeholder have a different, I would say, activity or a different comparative advantage. Governments are here in order to be able to provide a clear vision, to provide strategies, to provide policies that are properly gender mainstreamed, but civil society is here to also control what's happening, and the private sector is here in order to be able to implement these policies. Well, a call for gender mainstreaming in industrial innovation strategies, I think we know what is it about. Digitalization is an enabler for green transformation, but green and digital are male-dominated sectors. I think in the current transformation, and we leave it very clearly in UNIDO, because we talk about sustainable and inclusive industrialization, we are facing that green transformation and digitalization need to go hand in hand, but that doesn't necessarily happen. And on the other hand, both domains are really male-dominated. So there we need more collaboration, and we need proper policies that are properly gender mainstream in order to be able to take care of better gender equality when we are supporting the transformation of industry. Developing countries need to develop innovation and production capabilities with gender-responsible approach, including gender equality conditionalities and gender-responsive procurement. And lack of gender-disaggregated data, I think this is a very important topic, is a hindrance. It's a hindrance in order to be able to do better gender mainstreaming at the level of policies and strategies, but also to understand a bit better what is the clear situation of women in the tech sectors. Because as I mentioned before, this is something that, since we don't have the information, we cannot really be very assertive in order of what the measures that need to be taken.
Wonderful.
And I'm sorry because I took longer.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Cecilia. Thank you so much for this comprehensive insight that you gave us. It was really, really enlightening, especially to see all those three places that women are actually lacking as users, as learners, and as developers. So we're going to come back to some question if we have some time. So now I would like to invite Elke to take the floor and actually give us some of her insight about what you've been doing, actually.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me, and I will stick to actually two words that you had in your speech, namely biases and stereotypes. When you all read the session's title, I assume you had some pictures in mind, right? Women in tech, they have to be maybe lonely, maybe strong, they have to be weird, talented. So there are quite some stereotypes. And I want to make it a bit broader. It's not just about gender. I did my master's in business psychology, which brought me into some weird situations, because when I talked to psychologists, they said, oh, so you're not so much about people, but want to like understand them to get more money. And when I talked to business people, they said, oh, nice. So you like hugging trees and dance around and do the teaming things. And I'm like, no, actually not. But this is exactly how people work. Like, we have our stereotypes, we have our biases. And then I started to dig into it, because I started a tech startup. And I had a co-founder, and he usually got very different questions than I got. So I mean, what's happening here? And then I did my research and dig deeper, and I found a concept which really struck me. And it's called stereotypes. So I would love to take this time here to share it with you, because I think the more people are aware of it, the better we can cope with it, right? So what does stereotype threat mean? It means that we are evaluating people not on how good they are, how much expertise they have, but much, much more on the stereotypes they bring. And the big catastrophe here is that this is not only a one-way street, but when you are a person experiencing stereotype threat, your brain will work worse. So there are quite some studies in the meantime where you can see when you are experiencing stereotype, you cannot work as good as you could just because you're in this stereotype. So let me give you an example. How did they do it? They made a math test, and they had pupils in the room, and they handed out the test, and on the bottom of the page they had to pick their gender, just to pick the gender, so boy, girl, and then they made some exercise. And the boys, I think they made like 80% of the answers right, and the girls 30. So it was a big gap. What they did next was a stereotype lift. So they said to another group, look, we know usually people think girls are not so good in math, but in this case, in this special test, it's equally easy for all of you. So it doesn't matter which gender you have, you will be great in it. And the interesting thing is, on the one hand, indeed, the girls performed much better. But the odd thing was that the boys performed worse. So we had a bigger balance, and in total, the group was better. So the group performed much better. And this is not only happening when it comes to gender. They did a similar exercise in a very elite university in the United States when it comes to golfing or running. So they took a group of white people and a group of POC and said, okay, now you're going to go golfing or running. And the same thing was happening. So when we had a high stereotype threat environment, the white people were much better in golfing and the people of color much better in running. But when you made the stereotype lift, both became better in total. So what do we have to have in the room that stereotype threat can be there? So I give you 4 aspects. The person who is acting on a certain thing is part of minority. There is a certain stereotype about this minority. The task is linked to this stereotype, and it's a tricky thing. So if I would ask you to answer two by two, you would probably make it easily. But if it's a tricky math task, you're absolutely stepping into the stereotype threat environment. So when you're next time entering a room and see, oh, this is a kind of stereotype threat environment, you will notice it. And one thing you described before is the dropping out of women in higher positions. The stereotype threat consists of 3 phases. The first one is denial. So maybe some women are not so good at math, but it's not about me. I will make it to the top. So they just do their way until they touch the glass ceiling. And suddenly they think, oh dear, no, it's also happening to me. And usually they are really frustrated, and some of them drop out. And the third stage is resilience. And this is where I would love us to get, to be like really aware that this exists and that we can do something about it. And this is also how I want to wrap it up, because good news at the end. So there are a few things you can do when you experience a stereotype threat situation. The first thing, you can inform people. So you can tell them, look, it's not on you. I know you're in a high stereotype threat situation. We can do it together. So inform. The second thing is build bridges, so connect people to each other, make them talk about their stereotypes. And the third thing is the stereotype lift I explained before. So when you're a manager, you could just say, look, no matter where you are from, no matter how old you are, no matter which gender you would identify yourself with, this project can be done equally well by all of you. And as easy as it sounds, we can find severe improvement in the performance of the team, and also, of course, in the well-being of the people in the room. So this would be my piece on stereotype threat and stereotype lift, and I hope some of you take it with you and make the rooms more equal. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. You have to leave. Okay. Thank you so much, Elke, for this brilliant expose on this stereotypical threat. We're going to come back a little bit on that, because it's very important to really identify that, know what to do about that, and in ourselves, and also how to make other people safe, right? And it's all about expectation, the expectation that you have about other people. So on that note, somebody who is not very, who is very, very familiar in this environment where there is very male-dominated, and I have actually seen a lot about this, is our next speaker, who is Monika Resek. She's the CEO of Admiral Casino, and she was going to share a little bit about the employer perspective as well, and the women, and how to make those environments very, really inclusive. Take away, Elke. Monika, sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, many thanks, Francine. Thanks for the introduction, and yeah, very warm welcome from myself. Thanks for having me today. Yeah, as Francine told, I was kind of evolved and socialized in a very male-dominated industry since 15 years until now. And yeah, I've got some stories to tell about biases and all these things. I would like to talk a little bit about the importance of a positive brand image that promotes diversity and inclusion. So here's my piece. I think a strong and a positive brand image that actively promotes diversity and inclusion is really a cornerstone for attracting, retaining, and advancing, especially women in tech roles. By showcasing a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusivity, a brand signals its dedication to fostering an environment where individuals from diverse backgrounds are respected, supported, and given equal opportunities. This not only attracts a diverse talent pool, which is very important nowadays, but also creates a workplace where women feel valued, empowered, and motivated to excel. To my mind, a diverse and inclusive work culture encourages a broader range of perspectives for a company, a broader range for ideas and experiences, which all could foster innovation and creativity within the organizations. When women see a brand that embraces diversity, they are more likely to envision themselves thriving in that environment and pursuing fulfilling careers in technology. And I also think, furthermore, a positive brand image promoting diversity and inclusion really helps break down stereotypes and biases, as Elke told before. Also challenging traditional norms and paving the way for a more equal representation of women in tech roles. Ultimately, the inclusive brand image leads to a more innovative digital landscape. I think by integrating various viewpoints and talents, companies really can develop products and solutions that cater to a wider audience, enhancing their competitiveness and relevance in the rapidly evolving tech industry. In summary, fostering a positive brand image centered on diversity and centered on inclusion is not only a really moral imperative, but also a strategic advantage for companies, which could drive creativity and growth and innovation and progress in the tech sector, while also advancing gender equality at the same time. So this was it for my first statement. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Monica, and really bringing on this floor the fact that positive image actually is a moral, actually, duty, actually. And, just in addition to what you just say, I just wanted to delve into a little bit of questions for both of you. Could you share, for example, Monica, and then I'll come back to Elke, some initiative and approaches that you found particularly useful and effective in fostering inclusivity, especially in industry, that are traditionally what we call male-dominated industry. Can you share some insight about this?
Yes, thanks for this question. I can tell you that a few years ago, I was awarded CEO of the Year on the sidelines on the world's largest gambling exhibition in London. I was very proud of this, really. I didn't expect it. And I was awarded in particularly for my commitment to responsible gambling in this sector. And to be honest, I don't know if this is an issue of inclusion, but I've noticed that at least in our company, the field of responsible entertainment or responsible gaming is dominated really by women. And it's also, I think it's a segment where profitability and responsibility are lived. And apart from that, we really try to, and also I personally try to inspire women in our company and men that like to work for us. And we really pay attention to equality, I have to say. Gambling really offers many job opportunities, many different job opportunities. And in our company, we try to transport the diversity into the market. And we really have a good quota of women in our enterprise compared to the industry average. And I think it's very important to make women visible and to make them visible in the C-suite also. And that women can make a career also when you're a mother, as myself. And I think role models play a very important role in this context, to show them and to bring them in front of a company. To say it's possible.
Definitely. Thank you very much. Yes, I so totally understand how role model actually play a big part of this in this industry. And actually coming back to what you just said also earlier, Elke, is that we also know now that with AI, we have got like a lot of biases. I was talking, I can remember who I was talking to at lunchtime, coming from computer science 30, they tell you something at the beginning when you start, which is GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. What you put in is what you get out. So in this case, and we are in AI age right now, we actually, everybody who is playing with ChatGPT, can understand when you put something to ChatGPT, what ChatGPT get out is whatever it has been trained on, actually. So in terms of stereotypes that you just said earlier, LK, so I just wanted to actually see, you know, can you share an example or a case study that, you know, at your experience at Magnolia or actually implementing, you know, strategy with other companies, how this stereotype threat actually can lead, you know, or what are the stuff that we can do to have like a much more inclusive and empowered environment for women specifically?
Of course. So my biggest project last year with Magnolia Tree was we worked with a major strategic consulting firm in all their European offices. And what you just said was the reason why they started the project, because they experienced that young talent is not applying or not sticking anymore. And also the first clients were like really critical about how their board was placed. So we started a project with them. And what we experienced is experience is much more helpful than information. So you have to bring people into a place where you can really experience what's happening. And in each and every of their offices, we had a different emphasis. For example, in the Munich office, the biggest stereotype was in terms of client-facing versus non-client-facing. In the Stuttgart office, there was a big topic in terms of ethnicity. So we tried to really tackle the very individual needs we had in these offices and bring them together to a table and share. And when you hear a person sharing how she feels or how he feels experiencing this stereotype, it's much more likely you won't forget it anymore, because there's this beautiful saying, I think it's Maya Angelou, but I'm not sure, and it's people will forget what you said. So pretty sure when you walk out there, you will have forgotten what we said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. So we have to get people into their emotions. And I know it was harder a few years ago, but because people said, oh, this is so esoteric, but isn't it the essence of a human being? So I would recommend to really have this hard, sometimes hurtful, often shameful discussion, because we cannot evolve without having it.
Yeah, that is beautiful, beautiful. Yes, I'm mindful of the time and I don't want to take too much of the time. We have, I think, 2 minutes left. What I'd like you to do, actually, is if you can just give like a 1 minute or 30 seconds key takeaway of what our attendees can take away today from this discussion to go and implement in their organization or in their own life, so that at least they go with one practical strategy. I think that is you at the beginning who say, if you can only take one piece, one idea, one idea, which idea would you want people to take away from Monica? Go.
Okay, I would like to make a kind of appeal, to companies. Yeah. Brands and companies must really ensure that their commitment to gender equality is not superficial or a strategic marketing gag or something, or a marketing tactic. And let us really champion authentic employer branding. So authenticity is very important, and pave the way for a more inclusive workforce.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, this is not a tactic, it's a big strategy. Thank you. Okay, go on.
I'm going to repeat stereotype lift. So if you come into the position that you're hosting a working group, you're hosting a choir, something in your community, and you are the chair, start by, thank you so much for being here. This will be a great project, and we can use all your resources, all your backgrounds, no matter how old you are, where you were born, what your first language is. You all bring so much to this project.
That is wonderful. Thank you so much. So actually, this is all about expectation. We need to expect the best, and we'll get the best, right? Thank you so much for this discussion, this insightful conversation. We are sorry that Cecilia had to leave early, but it was really, really insightful, and I really thank you for this brilliant key strategic insight that you brought into this panel. And so, I hope that you got a few key tips out of this conversation. And that is it for tonight, for us.
Wait. I want to thank this panel. It was a benchmark panel. I think now the men need a stereotype lift after such a panel. You kept the time. It was very, very professional, and I think we took a lot of it. Thank you very much, Francine, Cecilia, Elke, and Monica. What a great panel. Thank you. Okay, Fabio, now you have a challenge, huh? To keep the time and to make it as informative and entertaining as Francine did. So I want to announce Fabio Russo. He will moderate the panel Regional Plans, Clusters and Institutional Branding Leading to Rural Wealth. Fabio,
thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah. Okay, great, thank you. I have not missed a single Brand Global Summit, and so it's really a pleasure for me with you also for this edition. And in particular, I have been asked to moderate a session which is particularly close to my heart because it's about the various UNIDO projects all over the world. I would say it's really international, covering all regions. And basically, the promotion of, the theme is the panel on regional brands, clusters, and institutional branding. And the promotion of inclusive socioeconomic development around cluster is a central theme in UNIDO. I mean, UNIDO has been working on cluster development for more than 30 years. And working in cluster has been also a way for us to promote territories, not only companies or cooperatives and their brands, but even what is called as territorial marketing. At UNIDO, we define clusters as regions where one economic sector is highly prominent. And this can be a region known for food products, for the fashion industry, or for smart technologies, as we will see. In fact, I mean, the first three examples are more focused on food and the branding. Actually, Tunisia and Venezuela in particular, and Armenia for the fashion. And for UNIDO, it's a priority to catalyze efficiency, productivity, and marketing through joint collaboration among many different actors. And when we talk about cluster regional development, we are referring not only to the private sector, the SMEs working in these territories, but obviously also the local institutions, technical centers, innovation centers. I said that the first three examples will be a focus on food and how we've been promoting this at the local level, but then we will move to a kind of more challenging concept, which is the one of branding services. But before starting with the presentation by the colleagues, they're all online, I understand that we have a contribution, a very interesting contribution by Mr. Stefan Peters, CEO of Carbotopia. He will talk about rural wealth by democratization of decarbonization in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio. Well, we were talking about stereotype lift, and I would like to share some experience. No? How does it go? No? I messed it up. Anyway, I was going to share some experience of mine. Hari Bersih Indonesia means Happy Clean Indonesia. And this was an initiative by the Indonesian government under the National Appropriate Measures actions for climate mitigation. And I had the fortune that a consultant to the ministry who iconized the Bersih, the Indonesian word for clean, in terms of bioeconomy, recovery system, industry, and habitat. And because Carbotopia is synonym for carbon efficiency. He asked me to join in making proposals because President Joko Widodo wanted to roll out a rural wealth program in the course of a reforestation, of an afforestation project. Originally, countries like Indonesia make afforestation for CO2 certificate trade, but my friend decided that with carbon efficiency, we could take it way beyond. And therefore, the 2.5 million hectares afforestation project was dedicated to biorefining any biomass that could come from there by using technologies that we have under the brand of Carbotopia. And for sustainable energy conversion systems, and then something that really tackled my attention was that Indonesia heavily suffers in its GDP by the cost of the logistics for its 17,000 islands. They developed a project called Pendulum Project, for which we also made some proposals. Now, I want you to take away a little wow about carbon efficiency. Actually, we have oil and we have wood. Both are energy carriers. Both are hydrogen carbon compounds. But interestingly, oil has a much poorer hydrogen per carbon ratio than wood. Wood also has some ligated moisture. And because we burn wood together with its extinguishing agent water, the energy we can derive from it is quite poor compared to burning oil. But in refining, where we don't burn, in refining we put more hydrogen molecules to one carbon molecule to make a more carbon efficient chemical. And starting from twice the hydrogen ratio, of course, makes wood much better refining substrate than oil. And beyond that, the missing hydrogen has to be produced, and in a refinery it's produced by cracking water over carbon, producing CO2, by the way. So the water in the wood is even already there, while for oil we need to take auxiliary water. So refining biomass is 3 times more carbon efficient and 5 times more water efficient than refining oil. Nevertheless, we just burn wood, and therefore it's bet up way below its true value, because if we would refine, if we would increase the carbon efficiency from wood, we would tenfold the value it can add at arm's length prices of wood. And by recovering about 80% of the carbon content in biomass as an intermediate for downstream refining, we can do anything. We can do CO2 neutral hydrogen. We can do synthetic natural gas, for instance, to store green hydrogen at an 85% storage efficiency. Or we can make sustainable air fuel from such carbon. So this is maybe way too complex, but what I want you to look at is on the very left. Nature stores solar energy by compounding carbon and water into composites like biomass. And when, at the end of life, the biomass ceases, nature takes it apart into gases made of the same 3 atoms it built it from: carbon, hydrogen, oxygen. And the energy, the residual energy post-transformation will always be methane. And the energy loss is represented by CO2 and water formed as a mass balance to keep the mass energy constant. So methane we can split. We can take it apart without water, dry methane splitting, into hydrogen and solid carbon. And using special catalysts, we can determine the crystallinity of the carbon, which is decisive for the downstream processing. Since where we process biomass, we might not be happy with the hydrogen, we can take the hydrogen and make methane with the CO2 and increase the methane feedstock for splitting. And that way, we can achieve about 80% of carbon recovery from the biomass. And once we have the carbon in a crystalline allotrope, we can use a microwave reformer to process the carbon together with water into so-called water gas, which is the basis for any chemical synthesis. So based on that, we made proposals for the 2.5 million hectare afforestation, which was planned to be given to small cooperatives, one biorefinery per cooperative, and it would have summed up to about 400 biorefineries. So we were supposed to transfer the technology to a state-owned OEM building the equipment there. So the employment effect is enormous by doing so. And with the products from the biorefinery, in that case, they wanted primarily methanol as an output because Indonesia has a lot of palm oil that they want to esterify to biodiesel, and for that they need methanol. So they wanted to substitute the imported fossil methanol with the biorefinery output from these afforestation. So, in fact, the whole project, building up afforestation, successively building up the biorefineries, would have been a 20-year project, but it could build an industry for the plant and equipment, employing 12,000 people, and every single biorefinery would have employed about 250 people. So that way, money flowing out for an imported resource would have become part of the GDP of using their own resource. The second thing that I was very intrigued with is that many islands cannot be directly supplied because the boats currently have to take the fuel to go and come back with them. So they cannot interconnect from one island to the other because they don't have enough fuel on it. But if we take biogas, which we can produce on every island, because where there is people, there is waste, and most of the islands have biomass anyhow, so we could produce this carbon for a water-gas reaction on every island. And we could load carbon instead of fuel, and then process on board in a microwave reactor the carbon into water gas, shift it to purely hydrogen to operate a hydrogen fuel cell, giving electricity for an electric powertrain. And part of the electricity, of course, on board, we need to loop back into the microwave reformer. But however, per kilo of carbon, we would have almost 6 kilowatt hours electric power drive. Now, if I tell you that per cubic meter biogas combined, methane and CO2, we can give you 1 kilogram of the carbon, compared to running the biomethane in an internal combustion engine, this is about 3 times more energy efficient in the powertrain for the propulsion. So actually, every kilogram of the carbon can substitute 2 liters of currently used fossil fuel. Therefore, this would be a very sneak project to increase the frequency between islands. The contributions to the national appropriate measure activities would have way outperformed all the targets originally set, about 3.5 times the set target. And the contribution to GDP and employment was way beyond any expectations. Unfortunately, Corona brought everything to a halt. The company we had signed the MOU to was undergoing a reorganization. The team I had organized locally got dispersed during the Corona lockdown. Everyone had to go back into his home town and lost jobs, had to start a new life wherever they had to go to, and therefore it was discontinued. Now, the next presidential elections are too close for any restart because nobody wants to prepare the ground for the next cabinet. So unfortunately, a world in carbon and water balance currently has been put on hold. Anyway, if you scan the QR code, you can see a video that shows you how the dry splitting of methane works. And by the way, in the icon, in the brand annual on page 55, I think, you also find a little essay about the future of sustainable energy, building on the same principle. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Stefan. It was very interesting. I think when we will get your presentation, which is technical, we can go through once again. But for sure, the issue of the decarbonization is one of the priority of UNIDO. And in Indonesia, we're also very active, and not only on project on decarbonization, but as we will see from the colleague who will present a specific case, you will have another dimension on what UNIDO is doing in the country. But now I would like to introduce Franco Silva. He's a UNIDO project manager of an industrial modernization upgrading project in Venezuela, which is called Smart Farming and Branding of the Panela Value Chain. Maybe you know that panela is it's produced from sugarcane juice. I mean, of course, Franco will tell you much more. But basically, in Venezuela, UNIDO is implementing this project, which is aimed at modernizing key agro-industrial value chain. It's an initiative which covers maize, beans, soya beans, rice and sugarcane, using smart agricultural practices such as geospatial information system, drones, to boost productivity and competitiveness, and while at the same time fostering community development. That's why we have included in this panel on cluster and regional branding. One particular aspect of this project, I would say rather unique, is that it's focused on revitalizing the panela production, which has also this culturally significance for Venezuela. And the project is in the process of developing a specific brand. UNIDO is facilitating what is important is trying to facilitate the sustainability and growth, at the same time preserving Venezuela cultural heritage. Of course, Franco will provide further insight into this project, and Franco, I would like to ask you to be very much to the point, 5-6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening to everyone. As mentioned, we are going to talk about the Industrial Upgrading and Modernization Program that UNIDO is developing in Venezuela, and particularly to project titled Modernization, Capacity Building, and Brand Development in Panela Production. The Industrial Upgrading and Modernization Program is oriented to strengthen 5 agro-industrial value chains: maize, rice, sugar cane, soy, and other legumes. And basically, the program has 2 macro actions. The first one is the implementation of pilot projects. We are implementing 8 pilot projects. And the second one is a capacity building program. Particularly this pilot project of modernization, capacity building, and brand development in panela production has to do with the panela. You can see in the figure on the left, the different presentation of this product panela. You may find it in blocks, in cones, in small cubes, liquid or granulated. And the panela has several advantages over the white sugar because it's not refined, it has no chemicals added, it has more nutrients in terms of vitamins and minerals, and it has a particular flavor. In Venezuela and many other American countries, it's used widely in several drinks, in desserts, and preparation of other dishes. And currently, the Venezuelan market has an absence of good manufacturing practices, some safety deficiencies, inadequate packaging, and lack of branding in a majority of the panela producers. So the project proposed by UNIDO with a counterpart, which is a panela producer, has 3 components. The first one is modernization of the processes by incorporating cleaning systems, changing the copper pans by stainless steel pans, incorporating preheating equipment, vacuum packaging equipment, and some infrastructure adaptations. The second component deals with capacity building in good and sustainable agricultural practices, good manufacturing practices, meal calibration, and preparation of granulated panela. And the third component is the one that has to do with brand development. The scopes includes the brand identity definition. We have been working with the panela producers, the UNIDO local team in Venezuela, and also specialized consultants from UNIDO Vienna. And we have identified the attributes of this product, the differentiators this counterpart producer has. So we have already some very good options for the brand name. We also are including the design of a sustainable packing, the launch of a new presentation, and the proposal of a marketing strategy. The benefits of branding we expect from this project is to have greater competitiveness in the market, greater reach, and generation of consumer confidence and loyalty, to create commitment and responsibility with the product for each panela producers, and to generate positive impact on the sector with new panela brands, more quality, and market expansion. A very interesting challenge we have is the development of a new presentation of the product granulated panela as a widely accepted and healthier substitute of sugar. It's a more practical product because it's easier dissolved in drinks and in dish preparations. And we have, let's say, few options here in the Venezuelan and probably in the Caribbean market. Finally, we have also some interesting criteria in the selection of our counterpart. We selected a counterpart that is practicing several sustainable practices like hydro energy. They use hydro energy to move the meal. They reuse the sugarcane bagasse to generate the heat. They practice sustainable agriculture, and it's going to be reinforced by the use of biocontrollers. UNIDO is going to accompany them with this. To grab up the positive impacts on our counterpart, we expect a production increase between 50 and 100%, the introduction of granulated panela, the improvements in packaging, income increase and social impact on 45 families, about 180 people, initial preparation to become exporters, especially to the Caribbean market, and we're going to do a feasibility analysis for the development of some tourism activities related to the manufacturing of panela. Finally, the most important thing is the expected impacts on other producers and in general in this sector by implementing a strategy of knowledge transfer, dissemination, and replication to generate ripple effect on other panela producers. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Franco. It was very interesting to see, how you are progressing on the promotion of the panela and also to stick to the time. So we would like now to move to the second example by Lia Rosida, who is the communication expert of UNIDO project in Indonesia, My Nayel brand. I understand that Rosida has also a video that she wants to show. So I will not make an introduction. I think the video will be more than sufficient. Thank you.
Throughout history, our ocean has served as nature's treasures and a source of life. Creating every piece is an art inspired by the wonders of culture. And embracing the old values through a cycle of renewal and regeneration. Weaving the threads of sustainability colored by nature and wisdom. Makes every movement and step as a form of gratitude. Let's harvest nature's rewards as every seed sown with love and care. Experience the essence of Indonesian authenticity by uniting cultural artistry and responsibility under one brand. A sustainable lifestyle brand. My Nyale, my impactful choice.
Rosida, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening from Indonesia. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much to speak before you today in this Brand Global Summit 2023 to share about our experience and interventions in the development of regional collective brand called My Nyale, in which the video of the brand values have been played previously. So this brand is aimed to support local MSMEs in Lombok Island, located in West Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia, one of the emerging tourism destinations in the country. So, as we know that Indonesia is one of the biggest archipelagos in the world with more than 18,000 islands and more than 1,000 ethnic groups with diverse cultures. So the collective brand or regional collective brand could help them to unite all diverse sectors in food and non-food sectors to unite and share the same values and the same visions as well as the same goals. So in the collective brand My Nyale, we support the local MSMEs also to obey the principle of sustainability practices by not only improving their economic standing, but also to support to preserve the culture as well as the environment. So our collective brand Mainyale is a part of our strategic development as a collective branding and marketing strategy in our project industrial upgrading and development as a part of assist accelerating SDGs investment in Indonesia United Nations Joint Program together with other participating UN agencies like UNDP, UNICEF, and also UNEP. So we are working together to to support accelerations of innovative financings related to SDGs to economic sectors, including MSMEs. So our role, UNIDO's role here is to support MSMEs to upgrade themselves from product development, marketing, and to increase their sales and to be more eligible to access the innovative finance schemes related to SDGs. So our intervention consists of technical assistance in 4 sectors, namely agri-food, agriculture, textile, as well as jewelry sectors. So they are all united together under this collective brand Mainyale. So Mainyale is inspired by the legendary story of Princess Mandalika with the philosophy of bringing impacts or benefits to all humankind. So by this philosophy and with the tagline of My Impactful Choice, we hope that this brand could also increase the awareness of conscious consumer expectation, especially to support the local economies in the lagging regions of Indonesia. And by purchasing the products or by selecting the product, they are not merely making purchase, but they are also contributing to the impacts to the local communities, not only for the economic sphere, but also to support tackling other pressing issues like women empowerment and employment, as well as other environmental issues like climate change. So in the realm of textile sectors, so Mainyale supports local women weavers or local women-led enterprises that have been produced or crafted exquisite pieces of weaving products like shawls and also home decors and other types of products, which has been crafted by the old techniques of weaving like ikat and also songket and data, so which have been passed down from generation to generations. So in UNIDO interventions, we also introduce the use of locally sourced materials and local natural fibers, which are more eco-friendly, that could add the value to the products itself. So it also to support the circular economy within this economic sphere. So these are the types of products that have been crafted by the local artisans in the islands with all the distinctive and exotic motifs that telling the stories of local culture and local wisdom. So these are also the home decor which have been crafted from locally sourced natural fibers like water hyacinth, pineapple, banana fiber, and other types of natural dye cotton fibers as well. So in terms of jewelry sectors, our collections in Mainyale brands also is not only the exquisite pieces which are beautiful, but also its sustainably sources, because UNIDO also promotes the use of use of seashells or pearl shells, and also reclaimed metals or upcycled metals and other natural materials like coconut shells and so on. In addition to, of course, we have South Sea pearls in the island, which have been now well known with its exquisite beauty and exquisity, which have been exported to other countries as well. And here are also the products of jewelry that you can see from the motifs, also taken from the local traditions. So it's very distinctive and beautiful with also the stories behind it. In terms of agri-food and aquaculture sector, so in Mainyale products also support the cultivations of produces or of agriculture produces which are cultivated through low input and organic system. And also in terms of aquaculture, is also support the sustainable practices by adopting aquaculture standard operational procedures with which also support the balance of land ecosystem and marine ecosystem. So so you can see that why Mainyale has a tagline, "My Impactful Choice," because Mainyale is not only about commerce, but it's about supporting local community, catalyzing the growth, and also nurturing the local talents, and not only support the economic standing of the region, but also supporting the tackling several issues, pressing issues like unemployment within the lagging regions of Indonesia. So to close my presentations, I would like to invite you also to watch another video about our transformative journey that also changed the lives and to improve local people, local enterprises to upgrade their economic standing, helping the communities, and also to help the country to reach SDGs targets. So please enjoy, and thanks very much for your attention, and good evening from Indonesia. Thank you.
Halo, perkenalkan nama saya Tera. Saya adalah owner dari Konka. Konka itu lebih fokus ke perhiasan sustainable yang dimana menggunakan kulit kerang mutiara sebagai material utamanya.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Seni Rawati. Saya dari Seni Kreatif. UMKM kami bergerak di bidang industri kreatif tekstil, memproduksi kain tenun beserta produk turunannya.
Nama saya Nizar. Usaha kita itu namanya Daha Organic Farm. Itu kita bergerak di agriculture. Kita lebih banyak kembangkan yang western vegetable, leafy vegetable, sayuran-sayuran berdaun, yang mana itu sangat mendukung sekali kalau itu dikembangkan menggunakan organik.
Semenjak adanya UNIDO, itu kami dibantu banget melalui expert-expert yang ada di UNIDO untuk membantu dalam mengembangkan desain. Yang dimana pengembangan desain ini akan berdampak juga kepada pengembangan produk yang akan berdampak kepada penjualan kami juga, yang dimana penjualan ini akan juga memiliki dampak berkelanjutan kepada masyarakat sekitar yang mendapatkan pekerjaan lebih.
Jadi selama ini kami menenun bukan hanya menggunakan benang. UNIDO juga mengarahkan kami untuk menggunakan bahan-bahan di sekitar yang memang sumber daya alamnya sangat melimpah ruah seperti enceng gondok, sehingga bisa mempercepat produksi dan menghasilkan income yang lebih tinggi bagi para penenun kami yang notabene perempuan.
UNIDO itu melakukan assist sampai hal-hal detail. Pertama dari knowledge-nya, pengetahuan kami tentang bagaimana memanage bisnis itu dengan baik, terus bagaimana memanage sumber daya manusianya, terus menulis dokumentasi tentang usaha itu yang penting. Itu yang banyak saya pelajari di UNIDO saya rasa.
Ketika kita pengen menembus pasar luar negeri,
produk ini harus dinilaikan lebih gitu loh. Harus dinilaikan lebih dengan memberikan dia identitas yang baik.
Dengan adanya brand Mainyale ini, kami berharap bisa memperluas pangsa pasar kami yang tadinya hanya di lokal saja, mungkin ke depannya bisa ke kancah nasional dan internasional.
Mainyale itu unik.
Mainyale is Lombok proudest and the biggest collective brand in Lombok.
The video very well show the appreciation of the beneficiary of our project and how this brand has been able to harmoniously blend the cultural heritage with sustainability considerations. So really interesting and inspiring. So I think now we can move to the third case, is the one of Tunisia, which will be presented by Nuria Ackerman, who is the Chief Technical Advisor of the project. But here she is a large program which is covering various value chain, but she will focus on the Tunisian umbrella brand, promoting local food flagship products from different regions. Actually, this project has the merit of having promoted an entire new sector, what in French we call terroir products, of the typical food products. It's something which of course always existed, typical food products, but this valorization, the awareness which was created at the level of the communities, the linkage with the gastronomy sector, tourism sector, cultural sector has been something somehow unique for UNIDO and for Tunisia. So Nuria, over to you. Thank you.
Yes,
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, as we said, we will talk about Tunisia, we will talk about typical products, we will talk about many other things. And since before we were mentioning stereotype lifts, so maybe I start mentioning that Tunisia is oftentimes associated as a beach holiday destination. And today we will see that Tunisia has certainly other things to offer that maybe you don't know yet. So maybe you will discover things during this presentation that I will open now. So it should be full screen now. Yeah, so as we said, I will talk about a Tunisian umbrella brand to promote local food flagship products from different regions. And it was an initiative supported by UNIDO in the framework of the project mentioned by Mr. Fabio Russo. Not moving. Okay. So background information is that in 2022, UNIDO started supporting Tunisian ministries to launch the first Tunisian strategy to promote the whole sector of local food products. And this was done in the framework of a larger PAMPAD project financed by Switzerland. So the strategy is about promotion of product diversification and market access of local food products on the one hand, and also about territorial marketing, tourism, and cultural promotion. And this wide objectives explains why 6 different Tunisian ministries are involved in this strategy. So the strategy has a logo, a brand, called Terroir de nos régions in French, so local products from our regions. And we have been supporting Tunisian counterparts to implement the strategy in the region of Nabeul, where the city of Hammamet is located, that is very touristic, and also in the region of Kairouan, that is also rather touristic. So in Nabeul and in Kairouan, we have been working with public partners, private operators, civil society organizations, and with them we have chosen some flagship products that have a good economic potential. So in Nabeul, we've chosen orange flower and derivatives, harissa paste, and the prickly pear from Ouargla. And we have developed, as you can see, some visual identities with a specific type of recognizable writing and the national logo integrated. So in Kairouan, we've also chosen 3 flagship products: rose, olive oil, and prickly pear from El Ala. And this visual identity, you will find it in many pictures to come. So just before we start, when we talk about economic development projects, like the ones that UNIDO implements, it's important to understand that typical local agro-food products represent 2 different things. So first, they represent physical marketable products, so tangible cultural heritage, and this involves more the producers themselves. And then they also represent traditions, cultural practices, rituals. So all that intangible cultural heritage. And this actually involves basically the whole region, like all the people, also civil society and so on, and many type of economic actors. And tangible and intangible cultural heritage can both become additional sources of income. So on the basis of this understanding, in Nabeul and in Kairouan, UNIDO has been implementing an integrated cluster approach around this Tunisian umbrella brand. So in Kairouan and in Nabeul, we support producers of local food flagship products, but we also support stakeholders in the gastronomy, in the culture, in the tourism, and in the handicraft sectors. And we support those stakeholders, those economic actors, to develop new business models around local food flagship products and around also the intangible cultural heritage. So it's all about multi-sectoral value addition in the territory and about local economic development. So now I will present what we've done in the regions of Kairouan and Nabel. You will oftentimes see the visual identity. And regarding the flagship products, we've worked a lot on product diversification. So, for example, we've organized practical trainings for prickly pear seed oil producers on cosmetic formulations, or also practical trainings for rose producers on agro-food production. We've worked on quality improvement. We've also worked on individual branding, as you can see in the middle. And regarding market access for local food products, we've supported groups of producers in Nabel and Kairouan to go together as a group to markets, to trade fairs, to exhibitions and shopping malls, so that they can make their flagship product known and also the visual identity. And so this gives better visibility to the product. We've partnered with restaurants in the regions of Kairouan and Nabel, and we encourage the restaurants to use the local flagship products in their menus, in their recipes, and we also encourage them to clearly communicate that they are part of the initiative and that they use the visual identity. Same thing for pastry shops. So we support pastry shops, so to encourage them to use, for example, rose products or orange flower products in their pastry compositions. And we've also done contests to encourage creativity, innovation for pastry shops, because these ingredients were little used. We've partnered with hospitality schools to train new generations of cooks and to sensitize them around the flagship products. And with one hospitality school, we've also organized a cooking masterclass for bloggers and journalists, so that they learn how to cook with the flagship products and also how to communicate about the flagship products. Then we've partnered with the Ministry of Tourism, and we are, for example, organizing tours for tourists and also international travel agencies. And during those tours, they visit, for example, a harissa producer, a prickly pear seed oil producer, or orange flower water producer. Here are pictures from Kairouan, the rose market that you can visit, the olive oil tasting in our guest house that we organized, or also some remains of archaeological sites related to ancient olive oil production. Another thing is that we work with guest houses and hotels so that they offer practical harissa workshops for tourists. So as you can see, the tourists do not only enjoy the beach, but can also prepare the harissa themselves and take it home as a souvenir. Then we've partnered with civil society associations to organize festivals, cultural events, and so on, to valorize the product, so the tangible cultural heritage and the intangible cultural heritage and the values behind it. And in these events, there are always many stakeholders involved, like yeah, also the Boy Scouts or the local sports clubs or the local folkloric clubs or music clubs and so on. We've partnered with handicraft support institutions so that they develop traditional, authentic packaging for, in this case, orange flower bottles, orange flower water bottles. So traditional handicrafts meets traditional local food products. And also we've done practical trainings to develop soaps and candles with, for instance, orange flower scent. So also to increase the presence of local products in the handicraft sector. So this is the end of my presentation. I can say that we started over a year ago with the work in the regions, and we feel that the work has just started. We feel that there is a big interest and commitment of many types of economic actors, and not only also the civil society, to be part of this and to valorize intangible cultural heritage and to develop new economic business models around it. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Nuria. I think this project that you presented shows well a multi-partnership type of approach involving also various sectors and showing how a flagship product, a food product in a region can become an engine of growth for an entire territory. Now we will move from branding of products to branding of services. In particular, in response to the transformation generated by the fourth industrial revolution for IR and accelerated adoption of frontier technologies, UNIDO has embarked on an ambitious path of fostering institutional branding for capacity building provided by sector-specific competence centers. And we have two examples. The first one will be from, I understand, from Armenia, so Grigorian. He will talk about the institutional branding Space 59, Light Industry Training and Service Center. And again, I will also, with the prayer that he will stick to the 5 minutes. So thank you, Grigorian.
Hello to everyone. I will try to be short. I'm more than glad to introduce to you the successful branding results achieved in Armenian light industry. As you know, UNIDO since 2014 has successfully supporting Armenia in terms of promotion of Armenian garment and shoe production. It has undergone 3 main phases, and now we'll talk about the institutional brand created, established in the 3rd phase, which is the so-called Space 59 Light Industry Training and Service Center. This center gradually became an institutional successful brand due to its successful activities in the sphere. It is a regional sectorial point which offers several comprehensive high-quality trainings and services to the light industry sphere, especially need-driven to fill the gaps the sphere has. Let me mention several activities that contribute to the successful branding of the center. In terms of institutional branding, Space 59 serves as a so-called link, a connecting platform that connects all the participants of the light industry sphere. By participants, I mean students, international and national experts, employees, and production company managing representatives, and all these participants of the light industry sphere being connected within one Space 59 center have the ability to exchange with information and get the knowledge and services they need to enhance and develop their production. Due to this institutional branding approach, if previously only 65% of the students could find jobs in the industry, now due to this Space 59 serving as the linking platform, the number has increased to 90%. This is a good sign of the good reputation of the brand Space 59. And this institutional branding of connecting all the representatives of the industry is something that has never happened before. Another activity that Space 59 implements so as to contribute to the successful branding development is filling the gap of the sphere. So what the center does, it provides sophisticated trainings and services to the sphere, but these services and trainings are need-driven. So the center provides these services and trainings at the same time understanding what gaps and needs the sphere has and does, developing itself so as to more fulfill the demands and gaps of the sphere. So far, the center has the following. Let me just. Okay, let me. Okay, this is the identification of gaps in the sphere and filling them. I talked about it. And now, so far, Space 59 has the following services. First is shoe digital pattern making, grading and sampling, garment digital pattern making, grading and sampling, and quality control. All these services help the sphere representatives to develop and enhance their production. And these are the training courses I talked about, to mention in short several ones, such as pattern making, fashion illustration, swing operators. All these trainings are of high quality, as the sphere has already got equated to the center's high quality activities. So they are eagerly, because of our brand being so much developed, the industry representatives already know about the high quality services and trainings the center provides. So they are eager to involve our students and our capacities into their production. This is a Space 59 brand is promoted also through media coverage in events participated, so as the sphere is equally updated about the new achievements and new capacities of the center. Let me tell you once more that the center has become so much well branded that even international students tend to come and study here. And as I told once more, the industry itself is eagerly accepting the center students, being already aware that the center's knowledge is the exact quality they need. So that's much what I wanted to tell you. To speak about future plans, yes, of course, we tend to expand the center, larger area, larger capacities, more in-demand trainings and more students and more services to be able to promote Space 59 Center as an institutional brand and to be of more help to the successful development of the light industry sphere in that's much. I hope I could sum up what was the main meaning and the main activities implemented by the center so as to become more and more highly valued institutional brand in Armenia. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Goa. No, I think you explained very well how in the last 3 years Space 59 has become a very powerful catalyst in Armenia, creating a national pool of expertise and also enhancing the competitiveness of Armenia light industry enterprises. And we move now to the last presentation by Yulia Nia. She will present the UNIDO project in Belarus, Workshop 16, 4IR Technology Center experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings from Belarus, and I'm glad to share with you the experience of creation of Workshop 16 brand. I will share my screen with you so you could see it. So let's start. It's a brand of demonstration and innovation center of Industry 4.0 established in Belarus. The center provides access to frontier technologies and services. Brand Workshop 16 made our center of Industry 4.0 recognizable. Some other regions have already addressed us with a wish to replicate it. But what is even more valuable for us, this brand has become a medium which clearly articulates the mission of our center. But let's go step by step. It doesn't want to. Okay, let's go in this way, in this case. So we started our project in year 2020, and it was request of the Ministry of Economy to launch a project to stimulate the potential of the fourth industrial revolution in Belarus. The objective of this project was to enhance competitiveness of Belarus in the sphere of industrial development. And the core activity of our project was to establish Industry 4.0 Center. We selected the host organization. It was Brest Science and Technology Park, or as we call it, Brest Technopark. And I'd like to say just some words why this very organization was selected. Brest Technopark was founded in 2012 in the building which in Soviet time was Workshop 16 of the Brest electromechanical plant. At that time, there were only production premises there. You see this white and blue building at the photo. 8 years later, in 2020, more than 70 residents were located there. You could find production premises, residential offices, R&D centers of local food processing companies, parks management, conference room, and so on. And the progress was really impressive. And it became possible due to outstanding support of local authorities and highly professional team of the Technopark, and a very clear ambition and mission set by the park management to drive technological innovation in industrial sector at the local, national, and regional level. And I would like to show just some seconds of video so you could feel how the center was organized. One floor, which is almost 2,000 square meters, was allocated for our center. The premises were renovated and equipped with all necessary infrastructure. As the project progressed, the center was outfitted with modern equipment. I will not show the whole set of the equipment we placed there. So as soon as the center was equipped and all services were developed, we started the branding of the center. And actually we had two main tracks in its branding: visual identity, improvement of it, and institutional branding. And with visual identity, you see all the requests we had. We wanted the brand of this center to clearly demonstrate the innovative and technological nature of the center, but from another side, we wanted to link it to historical background and to host organization of our center. When it comes to institutional branding, we wanted the brand of our center to be a clear manifesto of its mission to drive technological innovations, provide access to frontier technologies and services of Industry 4.0. But also we wanted it to be, let's say, solid and support creation of trust among different stakeholders. And the last but not the least, to highlight the assets the center has. We had many ideas. Our designer made a very good job. And here you see the final result. I just placed two logos here for you to see. On the left side, you see the brand of Science and Technology Park of host organization. And on the right hand, you see the brand of established center itself. It's Workshop 16. And I think that all our requests were taken into consideration. And at the moment, Workshop 16 provides the following services. It's a demonstration and innovation center. It provides modern education in the spheres and issues of Industry 4.0. It offers capacity building events in Industry 4.0 and relating spheres. It provides activities to enhance SMEs competitiveness and supports boost of cooperation. I think we'll not go deep into details what these services mean because all these names are self-explanatory. So, and as I have already told you, our center was opened only in the beginning of year 2023. So now we just can know the first results. And among all, due to branding, the mindset of all stakeholders has changed drastically. Center started as a set of equipment in the Technopark, but now we see that it's a technology center with a full range of services. Then we see that the role distribution between host organization and Workshop 16 has changed because Workshop is becoming a driving force of the innovative development, not the tool of the Technopark. The potential partners and stakeholders here at all local and national events about our center, and of course it creates trust and credibility among all of them. And we're sure that trust and credibility are the first steps to strategic partnerships and additional funding for this center. And as I have already noted in the beginning of my presentation, some other regions have already want to replicate this experience there. And we believe that all this in long-term perspective will make a contribution to relentless drive to fortify local, national and regional industrial sectors of our country. But since I was asked to be very brief in my presentation, and if you have some additional questions, you see our contacts, mine and of the director of our center, and you can approach us anytime with all your requests. But what is even better, welcome to Belarus, welcome to our center, and see everything by your own eyes.
Thanks a lot, Julia, for presenting how successful has been Workshop 16 in supporting the country to embrace the 4 Industrial Revolution technologies. Apologies for this long marathon, but you know, at UNIDO we are always very eager to show our projects, the results, and so it's difficult for us to be very selective. Thank you.
Super, Fabio. Yes, thanks. It was very impressive. A very broad experience of examples. Okay, thank you very much. Now we're running about 20 minutes late, so let's see. I think we make it up then in the final speech. No, it's not now. We have another panel. I want to ask here to me, Vera. Where is Vera from Refinitiv? Vera Kocic, Jörg Spreitzer, and Rene Masati. We will hear now 3 examples of how to implement ESG and what organizational challenges we face. And Vera, you start. You have a tremendous database with all this data. I just said this morning we use your data for several analyses, and we saw that brand value is correlating to ESG, to all 3 pillar scores, and very strong with a social score.
Yeah.
So let's see what we hear now.
Hear about that. I think we're also going to touch base on that, and I will try also, you know, to help with the time a little bit. Perfect. Okay. I will step back a little bit. So thank you so much for the invitation today. It's really a pleasure to be with you, and I hope you can share with you some very international interesting insights after a very long day. But before that, I would like to start actually with a short video sharing with you the London Stock Exchange Group Sustainable Financial Information Centre.
Our world is at a tipping point. The changing climate is posing huge threats to our natural ecosystems, our society, and the global economy. Minimising these threats and adapting to climate change requires sustainable economic development. But transitioning to a low-carbon economy and ultimately reaching net zero could cost up to $275 trillion. LSEG is helping to mobilise the essential capital needed and providing critical information, data and market infrastructure. We're fusing sustainability and finance to help our customers achieve sustainable growth. We're leveraging our expertise, our partnerships, our products and services to deliver against 3 strategic priorities. We're enabling organisations to raise capital for climate transition on our sustainable bond market, and we're giving investors access to transition-aligned indices. And we've also set our own science-based targets to reduce our emissions, with an ambition to get to net zero by 2040. We researched 16,000 companies around the world to identify and measure revenues coming from sustainable activities, which really highlights the growing investment opportunities coming from the green economy. Our Green Economy Mark is awarded to companies and funds that generate over half of their revenues from products and services that are contributing to environmental objectives. We also recognise how vital it is for everyone to have the opportunity to participate in economic growth. Around the world, the LSEG Foundation invests in economic empowerment partnerships, giving communities access to employment, education and enterprise. And within LSEG, we're creating an inclusive culture that values diverse perspectives and embraces diversity of every kind. Together, we can create a sustainable future.
$275 trillion. That was the number when I first saw this video, which really so much shocking for me. $275 trillion, which can cost us, which can cost us to move it to net zero globally in the world. I have to say, I'm really proud to work for a company which take ESG very seriously. It's not just a word, it's not just a word written with capital letters, but it's something which follows actions as well. We know that us with London Stock Exchange Group has a unique situation that we are in a central position within the financial market, our global presence and the role we are playing in the trading and in the financial ecosystem. We have a critical role re-engineering the financial system. But this role also gives us responsibilities. One of the examples how we take that responsibility seriously, London Stock Exchange in 2021 has launched the voluntary carbon market, which is a designation that recognizes companies and funds that are investing into climate change mitigation projects. Another area, as we already alluded around it, our companies collecting and summarizing data to help transparency around ESG. And I love to hear that it's finding that there is a really strong correlation between brands and ESG performance. And it's, I think, a result of a very big change on the market. A couple of years ago, here in Vienna, I have attended a finance conference where ESG was a side note. And they were saying that, well, investing in ESG is kind of good, but say goodbye to your return. Say goodbye to your yields. Basically, that is the price you're paying for your good conscience. On the other side, in the same city last year in Vienna, Every year, the Vienna Economic University, together with Raiffeisen Bank, run a data science and ESG conference, where they're combining the data science power, which we heard before today, looking into ESG as well, and how the two combined can bring results. One of the strong results have been that companies with high ESG scores actually not only performing just as well as other companies, but outperforming them. And I think that is a very tremendous change which we are seeing. That is where not just investors, corporates, and consumers' interest really increasing in ESG, but I'm in the view that we have a new generation of investors who are not only interested in ESG, but they are demanding a very strong change in our society and in our environment. That together with the transparency with market data provider, just as LSEG, London Stock Exchange Group, brings to the market, helps really to guide investors and companies to focus on return and reduce risk and maximize their performance. So how we are helping the market? One is, as I mentioned, and in the video we heard as well, we are collecting information on 16,000 corporates across the globe, which then help really the fund managers to understand and drive their ESG strategy. On another side, we know to achieve the Paris Agreement on climate change and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the European Commission establishes EU taxonomy as part of its action plan for sustainable growth. It sounds great. On the other side, it positions incredible challenge for the companies and also for the consultancies who work with the companies to actually create these taxonomies, create these reports. Where we can help is creating what drives ESG scores, how organizations compare, and which factors have the most impact are vital to identifying opportunities, reducing risk, and predicting the future of ESG performance. London Stock Exchange Group, together with ESG AI, designed a new robust model which helps to analyze the impact, analyze historically where companies have been and how they can increase their ESG scores. This unparalleled clarity into the complex drivers behind ESG scores and trends, enabling high level of granular understanding of key data at any point in time. We combine historical and current ESG data to provide critical knowledge required to make timely and strategical decisions. This tool helps ESG scenarios develop strategy and improve performance on fund investment levels. We use for that proprietary AI and comprehensive ESG database to automatically identify the biggest opportunities for ESG gains for investors. Data-driven, high-return ESG opportunities for organizations, including examples of how to achieve them, will be part of that model. You can recalculate all of the ESG scores and identify the best scenarios. So all that, on one side, we are collecting data on our private research. On another side, companies voluntarily sending us that data to be part of the database and be part of the models what the biggest fund manager companies across the globe is working. That transparency, moving capitals towards companies which have high ESG scores, increasing their valuation on the equity market, but also helping them to reduce their financing costs in today's, we can say very high yield market, where launching a new project. We just heard about it, that a very interesting project just got stopped because COVID and nobody want to fund again. All this is helping towards to reach the $275 trillion challenge of the world. And with that, I would like to thank you for your time. I also would like to invite you to watch our new brand video. It should have run, but we had a bit of a challenges. I already was happy to run one video. In September, being in a brand conference, please allow me to mention, in September, the London Stock Exchange Group, LSEG, rebranded. We are not Refinitiv anymore. We are LSEG in one group. And it's, I find a very interesting video just explaining who we are, how we connect the dots. We are not just an exchange. We are not just a data provider. We are just so much more. And with that, thank you so much for your time, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
I
hope I saved some time.
Yeah, please take a seat here and join us here on the panel. Here you can read the summary of our study.
Okay.
Okay, let's continue with Jörg Spreitzer. He's the CEO actually of the Austrian company Great Place to Work. Great Place to Work, you will explain it, is active in 105 countries and supports companies, yes, for employer branding and also reporting for ESG, I think. But
right.
We're curious what we will hear.
Thank you. So I'm talking about the CSRD, so the reporting. And why I can do this is because we as a company are surveying employees all over the world, as just mentioned, in 105 countries. So we are placed in 70 of these countries, and I'm the Austrian representative, so I brought for you some Austrian data. All over, we do about 500 million of data points every year, even more, still growing. And our mission is to help every place to become a great place to work for all. So if you are making a survey in your company, it has to be that everybody is included. You can't say, I'm just asking the management if they are satisfied and if the working culture is perfect. So you have to do it for all. So we do a data collection through our own SaaS software, and we are certifying companies being a great place to work all over the world. And we are also rating them in best workplaces in each country. And so the core value, which was created by UNIDO in 2004, who cares wins, is also one of our mantras, because if you're taking care about your people, you're also taking care about your financial situation and about your success. So it goes from the idea who cares wins through the ESGs or SDGs within the EU directive, and now in the next year it's a local law, or it starts being a local law, also here in Austria and all European countries, and we have to fulfill some reports. And of course, all the companies are talking about the E and the G, and they don't know really how to handle the S. Why? Because it's about people, and you just, there are no KPIs, so it's culture. And there where we come into play, and we can help companies to also report the S. How are the people in the companies doing? So we have data in every single country. These are just some Austrian data. We compare our best workplaces, these are 45 in Austria, against the average companies in the country. So for example, mental and emotional health is guaranteed in this workplace. In the best of the best, it's 8 out of 10, so even more than 8 out of 10. In the average Austrian company, it's half. So there's a big gap, and we can show this, and we can tell the companies how to deal with it. Or for example, employees receive helpful activities or tool to promote their health, 8 out of 10 again, and not even half are in the average of the Austrian industry. Another figure, so I just want to jump over, we have tons of data. So we are asking them minimum 60 questions on a scale of 1 to 5, and then they are reporting this. So we are just a data provider. We are not interpreting these data. We are just helping the companies to report it and then to deal with it. Because, for example, one of the questions is, did you survey your employees? And in the reporting system, it's just a yes or no. And even if you say no, it's the right answer. But your people have given you as companies their time, and they answered your questions. And now they want to have some reaction from the company. And sometimes the auditors and the data collectors don't know how to deal with it. But we can help companies to do so. So just in the stage before, we had data collection. Yes, it is extremely important to have the right data, but then also do the right things with it. E.g., Generation Z. Yeah? So they are coming now, the young talents are coming now to the workforces, to the companies. Are we prepared for them? This is a generation non-committal. I've been asked all the time, are they lazy? I said, no, not at all. But we companies, we old guys, we are not prepared for them. And please change the system, not backwards, change it forward. Change it how they want to be treated. Then we will be successful. They need high flexibility. They need a purpose as a focus. Then they are committed. And diversity is enriching. And this is a generation who they are talking, they are formulating their needs. So these are just a few topics where I can jump into it. Managers show sincere interest in me as a person and not as a workforce or as a worker. So the individuality is one very critical topic. And this comes out in a good survey. Of course, it's anonymous, and there are lots of examples. So it's about the S, your own workforce, and of course also in the value chain. So you can be guaranteed, if you have a certified company in the value chain, that they are doing their reports right. So this is the timetable for, so we start next year. So be prepared. You have to survey your employees right now. Yeah, you have to start it. These are the data points which have to be reported, and most of them are within our certificate. So if you ask your employees, most of these data points are ready for reporting. So you're well prepared if you are a great place to work or if you do our surveys. For example, so there's a graphic missing. Unfortunately, Hilton is the best workplace worldwide. And the Hilton Group is basing all their reportings also on the Great Place to Work survey. So they are doing this in more than 20 countries, and all the data are going into their SDG reports, as well as, for example, Dynatrace. So they are asking their employees in more than 10 countries, and also putting the data directly into their reports. A very nice story from an Austrian company, from a hidden champion, which works already international. It's a very nice story beginning 2018. We are allowed to tell that they missed the certificate at the beginning, and they made a 3 years program, and then 2021 they became one of the best workplaces in Europe. And they're still working on it, and they're doing their reports also with us together and with our data. Also the Verbund, also very interesting energy company in Austria, relates on our data to implement it in their report. So it's very easy. You survey your employees, you complete the so-called culture brief, and optional CSRD data points. Then you celebrate if you made it, the certificate, and then you maybe become next year's best workplace for sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Jörg. So maybe you can use this data for your analysis. Will be interesting talks this evening, I think. Yeah. So, Mr. Massati, last but not least, you show us a nice practical tool for implementation of ESG. This is
right.
Very interesting.
All right. Can you hear me? Is the mic on? Very good. Thank you. So last but not least, my name is René Massati. I'm director of Playroom, which is a startup that was founded in this city here in Vienna and in Berlin in 2016, and which is part of the German Edding Group since 2021. And just a small confession at the very beginning, despite a lot of people probably in this room and on screen, I'm not an ESG expert. We have a deep knowledge about the topic, but I wouldn't consider myself an expert in the topic. My expertise is in the implementation of big topics into large organizations. That's what we've been specializing in the last 10 years. We go out there, we identify big topics out there, and we see how we can build process frameworks that fit for the implementation in organizations. So I'll give you a couple of examples. One of the things we did was we found out that human centricity is a big topic for many corporates out there, for many organizations out there. So we took frameworks like design thinking or journey mapping and put them into frameworks that really fit to companies' cultures. We found out that there's a lot of trends out there, from artificial intelligence to VR, AR. We said, well, how do you implement those trends into large organizations? Needs certain process frameworks. There's just too much information out there. So we created process frameworks that fit. And we did the same thing for sustainable thinking, because as you will all agree, ESG is of course a big topic, but it's a very, very abstract topic for many people. So we took a deep dive on that and said, let's create a process framework, how that big topic can be implemented in organizations. Now you already see two things here. It's all called design thinking, future thinking, sustainable thinking. So it needs process frameworks, but it also, based on our knowledge, needs a mindset first, right? Because you can train everyone in processes, but then you're trained, but you don't understand what you're doing it for. So it needs a training in the mindset first. And this is the challenge for everyone. So like for every other big strategic topic, ESG implementation just needs the involvement of the whole organization. You always can train people, but that doesn't guarantee you any involvement. It's different for ESG than, for example, the topic of artificial intelligence, because there are some rules, but for AI, basically, it's a green field. For ESG, there's already many guidelines, regulatory frameworks, and processes that are out there. But the question still is, this is a very, very, I would say, boring, heavy part for many employees that they're not specialized in. So what about the positive aspects? What about the opportunities, the buy-ins? How do you find what really creates an impact in different layers in an organization? And how do you get the buy-in on those different levels? These are questions. And if we zoom in a little bit more on ESG, as I said before, there's already standard sets for companies, especially in the European Union, in terms of regulation. But if you look at it from a different angle, from a customer's perspective, from an employee's perspective, there's a redefinition of corporate success, right? There's an increasing environmental awareness with customers and with different stakeholder groups. So the corporate ethos more and more becomes ESG centric. So there's expectations from different stakeholders, from investors, from suppliers, from employees, and so on. And as I told you, since we're part of the Edding Group, I can tell you this from our own experience. For the non-German speakers here, the Handelsblatt is the most famous German newspaper, right? It's a business newspaper, a daily. And the headline for the Edding Group, so profit is not as important to us anymore, and it's a stock exchange noted company. 10 years ago, this would have probably been a shot in the knee for a company if you go out with that, but it says also it's not a for-profit company anymore, it's a profit-for company anymore. So they declared purpose and ESG as their main reason to be. And it's a big step, and as I said, I think 10 years ago this wouldn't have been possible, but it just shows that the ethos has shifted. And for demands like these, we said we need to create a framework that helps to explain complex topics like ESG in a very simple way. You need quick buy-in, you need employees on different levels to connect with the topic and to make it relevant for their everyday life. Otherwise, it's just a, it's corporate blah blah, or it's organizational blah blah, but nobody's interested in it. You don't get the buy-in. So you need to create tangible and understandable touch points for ESG for the implementation. That was the approach. So if you look at the tools just as a snapshot here, there's digital versions, there's analog versions. How you do it, it doesn't matter. It's just the way you present it has to be as follows. It's a process framework and a tool that generates a common understanding for ESG in a very playful way, right? It's a very big and a very dire topic, so the more you come up with it in a playful way, that's based on our learning, also with other topics, the more buy-in you get. It also helps to create a shared consciousness, which you need for a buy-in, and a mindset, as I said before, for sustainable thinking and acting. So first the mindset, then the process. And it addresses implications for the own area of influence, and that makes the need for ESG implementation understandable and actionable. It's always the same value chain. And just a quick snapshot how this works. So it's based on the SDGs, of course, that you see when you walk into this building here, the 17 goals defined by the UN. And then you have from left to right, like a board game, you have a process where you say, well, first of all, create awareness. They are out there. What are they? Which one of them is relevant to us? Where are we as an organization with those topics? That's very important because people will probably say, well, I've heard about them, but they're not relevant to me. You need to create this relevance for them and the understanding. And then you would just move on to the next steps where you would say, what's our perspective on that? Which stakeholders in our organizations do we need to address until to concrete fields of action where you would say, okay, now I understand what the matter is about. Now I know about the regulatory. These are the stakeholders involved. Probably not all 17 are relevant for us, but 3 are, and 1 we can define some action. And then you start with, okay, you do this until then for this, based on this SDG, and you get immediate buy-in and immediate understanding of relevance. To our understanding, the more complex the topic are, this is our experience also with other really big topics, the simpler the process, the faster the buy-in that you get. And that's my slide I would like to end with. A playful way of collaboration helps to create a shared consciousness for a big topic. It's very, very big, but it can also be brought in a very, very human way, so in a very, very playful way. With younger generation, we work a lot with universities in 3 different countries, from South America to Asia. We see that in every culture, that the shared consciousness is more and more developed by a playful collaboration of people. And if you move to the other side, it's also not a necessary evil for companies, but it's a leadership topic, right? It's the creation of sustainability in terms of not just simple trainings, but really an understanding and the deep buy-in of the whole organizations. As I mentioned before, it's mindset before process, which you need to get a fast buy-in in terms of understanding and relevance. That was it from my side. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you, Max, for this wonderful panel. Now, to make complex things easy to understand is a very tough job. That's the toughest job, I think, which exists.
It sounds so easy.
It's yeah. Then when you have it, but until you have it, that's a very long process. No, congratulations! Congratulations, really, to the whole panel. Vera, you showed us that it's really worth also on the stock market and how it correlates with financing. You showed us with your questionnaires that you support in reporting, and here we see how we can learn it. I think it was a fantastic panel. I think it achieved our benchmark a little bit with the ladies panel. Huh? What do you think? And we are on time. We can give a hand to this wonderful panel. Thank you. Farouk, maybe there is some use for this easy learning tool in some of our projects, because I think this we can discuss in the evening. You join us in the evening?
Tonight?
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm based in Vienna, so I can...
So we can discuss it. It's a spin-off from Economic University of Vienna, and yeah. Okay. So thanks to the panel. Now I would like to ask Anna Paula to me, because we come to the closing remarks. Anna Paula, we do this jointly. Come here. Ladies first, you start.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. He asked me to decrease the speech, so I did, but now I have to face my own handwriting, so I hope I survive this. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, in the name of UNIDO, our heartfelt gratitude to all of you here and online through the YouTube platform. Special thanks to the European Brand Institute, and a even more special thanks to Dr. Gerhard Rebicek for this valuable event to discuss and promote the value of branding and their crucial role in inclusive and sustainable development. UNIDO encourages its member states to promote practice that leverage intellectual value added. It is a proven pathway to prosperity. We advocate for inclusive and sustainable digital transformation, strategic branding, and industrial design. Moving forward, collaboration between public and private sector is crucial. And we should act, as it was also mentioned by one of the panelists, clear roadmaps and tailored technical assistance for stakeholders in various country contexts. In closing, I thank everyone for their participation today. We invite your active involvement in future interactions of the brand global and our collaborative efforts. Keep on branding. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay here. No, you stole my slogan. Stay here. But it's good. We cooperate. We should share experiences. No, thank you very much, Anna. Ana Paula Nishio de Souza.
Yes.
You are the incoming division chief for transformation and AI strategies. So actually that's the department we work with and where we implement. So I hope we have a wonderful cooperation also in the future and even deeper maybe. I think my summary, I think we learned that brands provide orientations, convey values. We heard that they create experiences. Even emotions are important. I think that's what brands are doing. They are essential for innovation, new jobs. That's why we do these programs. They lead to sustained competitiveness, but also inclusion. This is what we learned. Inclusion is very, very important. They take leadership. They are better off than competition, and they outperform. That's what we learned from our studies, but also from Refinitiv. Our analysis shows very clearly what we did with this 10 years data, that investing in brands creates growth, performance, and secures prosperity of economies. We showed that sustainability-oriented brands promote investments, deliver higher long-term returns also. Yes, and digitalization and artificial intelligence can support companies and brands with that. So sustainable brands create impact. That was the goal, to show they create long-term relationships, and they also contribute to society. Therefore, they really can support economies and can secure economies. Yeah, society is important. I'm looking forward to this evening. I hope that you took away at least this one idea, which I said in the morning. I think, when I look in these eyes, I think, yes, online I can't see them, but I'm sure also you took away one idea. Thank you very much for this cooperation. So looking forward to our future, and keep on branding.
Keep on branding.
Thank you.